by the 4 cartographers of Patrol 26, and you have the floor to make your immediate actions following your decisions.
I'm now
Yeah.
recording as well.
Excellent.
I forgot to click the record button.
Yeah,
Important.
I caught it though. We're good.
And off we go,
Well,
leaving the room to everyone.
yeah, Dagny was just leaving the room with the intention of going towards the Pillar of Commandments to see Obosh.
Dagny, please hold on.
Like, she's definitely kind of hobbling along, moving as quickly as she can, and trying to push through the crowd if there is one.
There's some light traffic, as per typical with the halls of the Inquisition, but nothing that's going to slow you down.
Yeah, I'm quick to follow. Talking to Obash is the logical next step.
I'm also
All right.
following begrudgingly.
As Mirks is following suit. Garrick, I presume you're going to be following your comrades.
He's just
Well,
gonna sit
seeing
there
as-
and drink.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take a nap while everybody does important shit, you know.
Yeah, let them do all the thinking. Hurts
Yeah,
them
they
too much.
they got brains for thinking. I'm sure they can figure it out.
Are you sure I have a brain for thinking?
Well, I mean, you have a mouth for talking, and that never seems to shut up, so I assume something's powering it.
Okay, moving on.
A hamster.
But no, yes. A very fast hamster. No. Yeah, I'll follow.
All right. As everyone would, with great haste, make their way out of the hall of the Inquisition, with the intent to arrive back at the Pillar of Commandments to speak with Obosh and get whatever insights may lay in store for them. Which brings us outside.
As we're walking, we've already established that we are a group, that we are going to vote on things. Kind of just going off by yourself and doing it is not very votey.
Also, am I correct in my assumption that it's only been 1 day since he's come back from the dead?
So that happened later yesterday, after which you
Even
guys
less than
left.
a day then, yeah.
Yeah, it's been less than a day. It's more realistically been a bit more than 12 hours. So you
Probably still isn't in good condition.
And we probably don't have... Oh, you said that in character?
Yes.
Right, sorry.
As a person who is medicine-oriented, this is just something that I thought would be useful to bring up.
We don't have the luxury of waiting days or
I-
even
I-
weeks until he recovers fully before we are next leaving.
I don't plan on interrogating him.
Be careful of what you ask, at least. Don't ask anything about the future.
I'm not going to ask him what he knows. I'm going to be very careful with my questions, since you seem to think that having knowledge of the future will affect the future. But we were given these memories before.
And they were also taken away.
And he is the only one who holds that knowledge right now.
Can we know what it is you're going to ask him then? Before we get into the room.
She kind of stops in her tracks. I don't know.
If you
We just need the room with him. He's should be comfortable telling us what he wants to tell without affecting anything.
With all due respect, if that's the case, it could probably wait a little bit. We already have an objective. He won't be going anywhere. He's in the safest place he could possibly be.
Regardless, I would like to seek his counsel in regards to our upcoming visit with Nishira.
I still don't think we should talk to her either.
Going to happen whether we
Besides-
like it or not.
Part of the reason I created this projection device was to assist in discovering the details of his murderer. If there is an external force working against Highshire, we need to know about it.
I'm just as curious about that too.
That-
Whoever struck him down. I intend to hunt down like a dog.
All I'm saying is that perhaps it is a option at the very least that even with this asset we can give him, it might be possible that due to him just coming back from the realm of the unliving, he might still not be able to fully produce a proper picture, having not had enough time to recover. We've not even given him a day, and we don't even know what we want to ask him.
I would like to review what he has told us the day prior to see if he can extrapolate any more details on what he has already said. As for any more questions, we will first seek his opinion on those matters. As for seeking him out so soon after coming back from the dead, I understand it is extremely unfair to the man. However, this is not a fair world we live in.
All I'm proposing, to put a point onto what I'm trying to say then, is that if the man is weak and still unable to answer or enlighten us more, that we don't spend too much time here.
Of course, that's simply a logical step. If he is unable to do so, we will leave him.
I am of the opinion that we should leave out from this city as fast as possible to go investigate these stars. If they are important, they could be already doing what they were intended to do.
There are a few things that I need to finish here before we set out on our next expedition. And some, I believe you too should as well. Specifically, the requisitions you made yesterday. But that can wait until we're done speaking with Obash for now.
Be careful with
Well.
what you ask him.
Also, before we going, then, can we address one other issue that I'm seeing crop up now?
What is that?
Two of us seem to want to do something, and two of us seem to not want to. What do we do in this situation?
Murex produces a coin.
I am not going to leave such decisions to chance.
If it is... We are an even team, and if we both have a decision that we disagree with, chance is really the only way. I promise
Then
to
we will
abide by the coin.
compromise instead.
That is what the coin is for.
What's the compromise?
It is the breaking... is...
Both of your concerns are regarding the memories of the future, correct?
Not just that.
My concern is for the health of a man.
I do not wish to worsen his condition. I wish to be brief and efficient. Ask some questions. See if he is able to explain. If so, then wonderful. If not, it will have to wait then until he recovers more. Is that acceptable?
That still doesn't bring us to the overall problem of this happening more. Are we going to make compromises all the time, or are we going to go with something else? Because I don't think at some points we will be able to compromise like this, at least judging by how individual we are.
That is why I believe the coin could be useful. We are a team. We all have a say. If it is 50-50, then we flip a coin. Whatever side it is what we do.
I will say at this time, Dagny has kind of been facing away from the group but listening. She will then, at this point, kind of turn around with this sort of melancholy look on her face and look at Mayarks and say, I call heads.
All right. I'm gonna roll a D2.
Which one's heads on it?
One is heads,
One.
2 is tails. Flips it. And
Tails.
tails.
Kind of looks down and gives a sigh.
I'm not. We will talk to him. It's just that I do thoroughly believe the man needs more time.
You're right. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm glad we at least came to some sort of conclusion and have ideas going forward on how to handle this in the future. But I do also agree with Rin that we should try to reach compromises first.
This is idiotic. But fine. I do not wish to waste the energy arguing on this anymore. We will leave Obosh today, then. For him to recover.
So, what do we do now?
Well, there is that person the rest of you seem to want to talk to, and there is getting our supplies or seeing if they're even being requisitioned for us.
Right,
As
we should talk to the Inquisitor.
As I said before, I don't believe it wise to confront Nishira about the happenings before seeking Obosh's counsel. One is tied with the other.
Fine.
Then let's put it on the back burner, as the saying goes. See what supplies are available, go and seek those stars, and by the time we come back, Obosh should be very healthy, I would imagine. Or as healthy as an orc can be.
Yes.
As for this expedition, we have decided on.
North.
Do you all agree that we should depart today?
If there's nothing holding us back, which aside from Obosh, I don't believe there was.
No.
And who knows what could be in those stars. If it's nothing, great, but if there's something, it might already be moving.
You did, but Rin, you said you wanted to try and finish something today, did you not?
I did. It will come in use in the field. And we will be heading on a long expedition if things go well. Why don't you two go see the Inquisitor about the requisition form you made?
What is it you're trying to build?
You will see in time.
Would you like aid in it? Perhaps I could speed up that process.
No.
That's,
I'll
Let me
say that
come
I did
along.
not offer.
Me?
Yes, you are needed for this.
Okay, if the two of you can see to everything else, we'll be on our way.
Alright then.
I'll see about getting us what we need. Oh god. Just walking away quietly to Gok. I do not like that.
I abruptly stop and turn back to the others. To ensure we don't have a mishap like we did this morning, do not leave the Hall of the Inquisition until we regroup. Understood?
Well, how about we set a place and a time? We go back to the room we were initially having this conversation is in about an hour? Would that
An
be
hour or two. That is acceptable.
fantastic? I will see you then.
Away we go!
Yep.
What was it the Mayok said? Because I completely blanked that for a second.
I do not like it. I do not like them going off by themselves. It is terrifying. Whatever Rin is doing.
Well, I would say that I disagree with him doing that, but we quite literally did that last night.
I don't disagree with him going off by himself. I just don't agree with him not telling us what he's doing.
I would prefer to also know, but then again, we are not doing well in fostering trust in this group so far. Or at least in certain places.
I trust all of you. You do exactly what I think you would do. Not out of the expected yet.
I would like to pick your brain for what you expect, but that's for something else. Let's go and see what supplies we can get.
Oh, Gerard, please don't speak unless it's a matter of fact. If it's
What?
left to chance, leave it to me.
What do you mean?
You are about as... Well... You are about as subtle as a sledgehammer against a brick wall.
Yes, that is why I wield a sledgehammer.
That is why I need you to not speak.
Oh, I get what you mean.
Everybody
fair,
here
you
likes
can
fancy
do the
colored
talking.
words. Everybody here likes fancy colored words.
I do not.
My
like
point.
color. Funnily enough.
My point. Exactly.
Yes, I get what you're getting at now.
Just so little. Unless it's a matter of fact, do not say it.
I will let you do the talking, but if any fights devolve out, then I will do what I do best. Blah blah blah. The typical I will stand behind you and look menacing routes, yes.
Fair enough. I'm just walking away.
Very well. All right. Now just get so it's not unclear to your DM. Where is everyone heading off to for the following hour?
I'm dragging Dagny along with me to one of the inquisitorial forges / workshops.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. And Garrick?
Going to speak with the Inquisitor to see if we've been able to get any of the supplies that we asked about.
Basically,
Okay,
just
so
going to the
you're
front
ideally
desk.
also heading back to the hall. And Mayarks?
He is coming along with me.
Yeah.
Yeah, we broke off in pairs.
Okay, so that we're in half, but we're all essentially going back to the Hall of the Inquisition for different matters of business.
Yes.
Basically. Essentially.
And off you go.
Just
With great
awkwardly
haste, making
walking
your way
the
back
same
to
way.
the palace corridors of the Inquisition. And we will begin with Dagny and Rin, as you two would have set your ways back to the hall first and arrive, making your way and getting through the general riffraff that is the business of the Inquisition, going past countless manners of people organizing papers, meeting with one another, nobles, the occasional cartographer group in various conditions. Some appear to be more injured than others, but appear to have something of value for the Inquisition, given that they are having a great deal of notes taken on them. You would head over back towards the area that you had previously been working to create your current trinkets that are in progress.
For Scump's legs.
And you would make it over there. The doors would open, and it appears that luckily is empty once again, despite not having scheduled it yourself, as looks like you have the area open, at least until the foreseeable future.
Well,
I'll go ahead and close the door and begin taking out all the pieces and like for this specific project. As well as opening up the pages of the schematics I worked on this morning to assist me in this.
Daddy just kind of takes a bit of a round about the room, just getting a lay of the room before she goes near Rin and says, "So, what is it you need my help with?"
First and foremost, stand up straight and still for a moment.
Okay. She'll try and stand up as straight as she can.
I'm going to take out the project thus far, because I did need measurements. I believe you said B-Man.
Yes.
So, me and along with Seeker as well, going to use these pieces, measure where they need to be cut off and the like, and mark them. So I imagine holding up pieces of framed metal on the sides of your legs, Dagny, and marking off certain points and joints.
Easily done.
Wow.
As you would line up these braces that you had prepared and get the proper alignments of where the joints should meet, the lengths of the respective parts in regard to how they're going to fit onto her legs. And in a matter of moments, having the measurements that you were doing a great deal of guesswork in the previous night, you managed to get the exact proportions required in order to continue with the project.
And I'll tell Dagny. Very good. The measurements are done. Feel free to take a seat. This shouldn't take long.
What exactly did you need my measurements for?
A device I've been working on since yesterday. It has occurred to me, after our previous expeditions, that your illness still is a liability out in the field to some extent. And I believe our expeditions are only going to get more arduous in the future. And so I am taking measures to counteract this liability.
Dagny at that moment kind of walks over to his work table and see what he's doing, and kind of catches a glimpse of what he drew in his book.
You would take a
Like-
look, and you can see that there is these schematics for what appears to be some sort of enhancing bracers for a pair of legs, with a great deal of notes, scribbles, ideas. Some things are crossed off. There's a great deal of lines connecting to other lines, notes, ideas, and it's a big mess of different possibilities that are fit into this frame. It looks like he has gone through a great deal of iterating and reiterating to get this contraption in order to help you.
You're making me legs.
In simple terms, yes. To be more specific, I am creating bracers that will assist you in movement and stability, as well as balance to an extent. If it is possible, I believe they should be able to increase your foot speed as well. Though we will have to see.
You can
It
do
wouldn't.
that?
It is a possibility. It's just theories at the moment.
Dagny just kind of turns away. Rin, I don't know what to say. No one's ever really done anything like this for me before.
There is nothing to say. I already told you, as well as the others. When we are out there, I'm going to strive to keep you all alive. And all I ask in return is you do the same.
Dagny just kind of rushes over and kind of hugs him from behind. Surprisingly, almost very tightly.
Kind of have to dunk on the back tanks a little bit there. But yeah, Rin just straight up freezes entirely.
Thank you. And then she kind of lets go and is just kind of walking around the room. It was hard, you know. Growing up as a child, not knowing what my condition was. Going to the healers almost every other day, or having healers come to me to heal whatever sickness I had, but not... The condition never really went away. They couldn't figure out what was wrong. I had to learn to live with it.
Perhaps there is a cure somewhere out there in the world. A possibility, even if it is extremely slim.
I hope so, but I kind of lost that long ago.
Your hope in finding a cure?
Instead of harping on about my weaknesses, I worked on my strengths.
Good. I have seen weakness drag people's minds down.
It's still a bit of a burden, though. Like, despite my magical prowess, I think people still think of me as being delicate, in a way. And in some ways I am, but not in every way. I feel like people underestimate me all the time. Act like I don't know what I'm talking about, when I've read enough books to at least have some knowledge of the world inside a Highshire, which is why I became a part of the cartographers, to learn about the outside.
You craved respect and recognition then.
Yes. She kind of stares into the forge for a second. I think that's what my mother would have wanted.
All mothers care for their children. They wish for them to be safe, successful, happy, above all else. I imagine yours would be terribly worried of the work you do. But proud as well. You're not only proving something to yourself and those around you, but helping your people.
Yeah. I think that's what she wanted. She had very high hopes for me despite my condition. She had a lot of faith in me. She goes and finds a place to sit, and she'll pull out the fireside techniques, continuing where she left off.
You would do so, having found your bookmark, and would open the tome back up to where you were, and would begin sifting through it. As Rin, you are left with a job to complete.
Yep.
Both of you make Arcana rolls for your respective jobs.
All right. I want to use my inspiration to see if I get higher.
You may.
Hey,
Holy shit! That's really good!
You had a 17
Damn!
before.
Yeah, but 26 is better.
Better.
So, Rin, you return to your work, now having a much clearer mind than yesterday, being rested, and having some genuine respect and choice words from Dagny. You have a resolve to complete this project that you previously never would have found, and applying what you know about artifice, even introducing a few of the techniques that you had discovered from the devices outside of the High Crucible, along with some progress that you had already theorized, you're able to complete these braces within this hour's worth of time. And they are responsive. You take a few instances to get them to sit up straight and work in unison, having the right actuators tick at the right time, as Arcana is able to flow through this without any issues. And it takes a little bit of adjustments to get this to just the right sturdiness, just the right measurements. But you're having similar levels to success with this that you had with the Crystal Project from yesterday, and you can't help but feel a sense of significant accomplishment as within but an hour's time, this project is complete. And Dagny, while this is going on, you would return to your reading and would learn a few techniques extending off of what you've previously read from extending the range of firebolts.
Mm-hmm.
And you would take a closer look at how you conjure Scorching Ray, as it is the next step with what you know.
Mm-hmm.
And with your good check, you do have some limited success, as you are able to, with Scorching Ray, increase its volatility, bringing its effective range from 120 feet to 160.
Nice.
I'll edit that on your sheet because I don't know how it's going to behave if you try it.
Thank you.
See. So I will modify the details. And 40 feet of additional range has been added to the spell. There we are.
Thank you.
Nice. And while you're testing your conjuring of Scorching Ray, a lot more carefully from yesterday, given that you're more rested and are careful not to let this one loose, as it would needlessly consume your spell slots for the day. And Rin is making final tinkering to this project that he's become so enthused about. There would be a loud bang that would make both of you jump, given your high concentration, as both of the doors to this forge would slam open, and this guy, with a giddy expression on his face, holding a ton of scrap metal, waltzes right into the forge. And of course, he would get several footsteps in, and he's kind of having a hard time seeing where he's going because of the large pile of stuff between his arms. And he would catch sight of Rin, and he stops dead in his tracks. And he would lock eyes with you, Rin, as he freezes. You're frozen with what you're doing, and there's an air of confusion. And Dagny, you would share this, and his giddy excitement for whatever project he must have been ready to work on turns into a bit of contempt, as he gives a frustrated sigh. Ugh. They told me that it was going to be open today. I've been trying to get this room for a week. Who are you?
Am I done with the tinkers that are needed to be done in here?
You'll probably need a couple minutes to be sure, but most of it's done.
I can do that in the other room, can I?
Yeah.
With my tools I have on hand?
Easily.
I'll simply look towards him while packing up my things and say, it would appear that I overextended the time I had left. Nonetheless, I was just leaving, so please enter and make use of the forge. Don't let us stop you.
Oh, I had no intention on it. I've been trying to get this room. People are taking it from me. They're skipping out on different time slots. I thought the Inquisition was keen on organization.
Oh, don't get your knickers in a twist. We're leaving.
That's right. Anyways, I have shit to do. And he would walk over towards the nearby bench and would clang unceremoniously the pile of scrap that he had brought in, and begins to sort it out, and would reach for a couple nearby tools hanging off the hooks. You imagine he's been here once or twice. And he gives the occasional grumpy but concluded look to each of you as he would begin making a ruckus.
Yeah. I'm kind of in the wrong here, but I'm not admitting it, so I'm just leaving.
I will say, as I'm leaving, if I see him going towards the forge, I'm going to unceremoniously kind of cast a non-lethal firebolt to kind of cause a little bit of sparks in the forge.
You would do so as you would conjure a firebolt that, with its trademark speed that you have honed, would go into the fires and coals, stoking it as this man jumps a little bit. Are you out of your mind?
Bit of help. Help
Do you
get
know how
started.
delicate these bellows are? Do you know what it took to make these? I understand you're trying to help, but I have this. I have this. Thank you.
I understand that you're frustrated, but a little kindness goes a long way.
Oh. Yeah. He's just kind of giving a sullen nod as he defeatedly goes back to what he was doing.
Yeah, I know I'm fucking with you, but you need to be a little bit more chill about me fucking with you, bro.
I did it with the intention of not doing harm.
That doesn't
Right.
mean you're not fucking with him.
As I'm leaving the room, I'll say, "Have the day you deserve."
Ah, and to you much the same. For whatever it's worth. You look like a cartographer. Good luck. You're going to need it.
Before I slip out the door, I cast Mind Sliver on him.
What? Alright! Jesus Christ!
Jesus.
Alright, ping in a chat.
Oh god, trying to murder people?
You
Not
and
much
fucking...
damage.
We're gonna take away Mind Sliver from you at this point. Like, we're going
Fuck
to,
off.
like, lobotomy that spell out of you.
Alright, so he fails. Roll damage.
Oh boy, I think a fight's about to break out.
As you're leaving and you would invoke a mind sliver, you would hear echoing through this forge, both of you, just like, "Ah! Ah! What? Hey! Hey!" And there's loud footsteps as this man is charging the door that is still open.
Well,
I'm just acting like I
everyone
didn't
else
do
was
anything.
merciful. She found someone who isn't.
As these doors were well on their way to closing, you would have two meaty hands smack the door as they would smack their respective sides with a loud that would echo through the halls of the Inquisition as this man looks you down, has a hand hovering over a dagger, and points at you very angrily. What is the matter with you? What is you, some kind of witch?
I haven't even turned around.
Hey, you're gonna keep walking?
Yeah.
I'm a bit more down the hall, just like turning back.
I'm just walking
I
away.
expected Dagny to be right behind me, but I'm turning back around to see what the fuck is going on. Who's screaming?
This guy is going for a grapple since he hasn't quite made his point clear, as he is going for that check to grapple, which I believe is athletics, so I'm not remembering correctly. I never
It is
fucking remember for some
Grapple.
reason.
It's
Yeah, he
athletics.
makes athletics.
It's
All right.
athletics versus athletics or acrobatics.
All right, go ahead and roll, Dagny, your choice of athletics or acrobatics.
Well, my athletics is shit, so
As this man, in his anger, would go for a grab, and you would, with a calm look over your shoulder, wait for precisely the right moment, given your previous battle expertise, would shimmy just out of the way as he continues forward and crashes against a wall about 2 feet away from a couple of noblemen who were carefully inscribing something into a tome that messes them up. And you now have the noblemen who are looking at this dude confused and over to you by extension. And this guy looks over to you and he is rip shit. He's like, "Don't you think you can get away with this? What are you doing? Hey, I'm talking to you!" And
No
he's
idea
coming
what
at
you're
you
talking-
again.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
He would stop up to you, not going for a grapple this time, but you can see the veins popping out of his temples as he is with a meaty hand pointing an accusatory finger at you as he continues. "What is this? You can't play by the rules like everybody else!
What
Put
rules?
weird slivers in my head? Are you out of your mind? Do you know where we are?
Yes, I do know where I am.
And you're even bigger of a fool than you look! Really? What is this about? You want to fight me? Go ahead and take your best shot. It won't end well." By this time, there is a loud clamoring of metal as there is a few additional newcomers to the situation that are coming to see what's
Here
going
we go.
on.
Oh my god, the police.
I'm liking this. This is fun.
So what's your charisma?
As the Shire Guard elite, given this is the Inquisition capital, would close the distance, and within seconds, they are able to apprehend this man because he doesn't stand a chance against their rolls. And Dagny, very forcefully, there are two of them that are doing the same to you as they are grappling you, unless you're daring to contest them.
I'm not fighting because I haven't done anything.
It has a vocal component.
Yeah.
I would have done it where to the point where you can't really hear it.
That's not
Yeah,
the point
the-
of vocal components.
Grappled you both would be as the Shire Guard apprehends you, as you hear one of them speaking. Cease hostilities! What is going on?
I'm not being hostile. It's this man right here. He's attacking
Are
me
you
without
crazy?
He's attacking me without provocation.
She was the one that sent the first arrow flying, metaphorically speaking. She's using her hocus pocus on me. I'm just here to use the forge. I've been waiting for a week, and now this? Are you out of your mind? Dagny, make a deception check.
4.
Nice.
Maybe.
no.
Do you have inspiration?
I do not.
She is the only
Well.
person without inspiration right now.
Oh man, that's not good for you.
No.
As further questions would be asked by the two elites of the angered man, and the elite would take you off to a corner to gather some separate alibis, as they would find you for a few questions, as in where were you, how did this start, what were your actions, establish a timeline, and by the end of it, you can see that it looks like the elites have gone to their conclusions, as the two elites holding the burly forge man would sequester him away back into the forge as the doors would close. It's unclear what they're doing in there. But as for these two elites, they are tugging you along, as one would say under his helmet, we're going to need to ask some further questions. Come this way.
Very well. Ren, go
As-
wait for the others, please.
Yeah. Oh.
Hauled off she would be.
Oh my god, why is everyone so dumb?
I wouldn't do something that stupid.
Well,
I wouldn't attack someone in public. I have yet to do that. I use my words angrily.
And just like that, Rin, within a matter of mere moments of having completed your project and things going well, it looks like a scene broke out, and now Dagny's being taken away by the fuzz.
well.
Shit.
Wonderful.
And
I'm making my way back to the room. Fucking have to probably wait for Dagny to get out of jail.
Fuck.
you're
Yes.
going back to the meeting room.
Yeah, that's where it's been
Yeah.
an hour, and Dagny just said I might as well wait there for one because I was already like halfway down the hall when all that shit happened, so I don't really know what the fuck happened there.
While all this is going on, not long after the two of them had initially re-entered the hall, there would be two other members of Patrol 26 that would do much of the same. And you have the floor.
Is Rin still here?
Well, at this is you're entering as they are away in the forge at the moment.
Okay.
So it's a bit of a backwards in time, but you have the floor right now.
Basically, we're doing something else before this happens.
Yes, exactly.
All right. Let me just get back into voice. Gerok, do you want to take my weapons for me real quick,
Why?
so I can look prime and proper?
Everyone here is armed. They're armed, we're armed. I'm pretty sure the scholars carry around knives.
Could you just hold the fucking javelin?
Fine.
Thank you.
I don't think it would make much difference, though.
You'd be surprised. As, again, Mirax, all fucking prim and proper looking, just fucking arm behind the back, knowing how to fucking deal with dumbasses.
Just, you hear just to himself, yet he still carries a shield with the spike on it.
That's on his back. Fuck you.
Yeah, Garrick, you would notice that is a new addition with Mayarks being here again, is he has this curious shield that seems to mismatch between its parts, where it has this master-crafted ridge that has these etchings that you can imagine have taken a very long time to make and have a certain light shimmer. You know they're treated. Definitely something of a master craftsman. However, the center of the shield is crude. The crypt marks are still visible. You swear there's some soot that is smudged all around it, a few fingerprints to go with it that seems to be roughly bolted to the inner portion of the shield. And there is a unrefined spike that is just hard pressed up against the center of the crude centerpiece. And it's very curious.
Just, in his mind, like, the only thing he thinks is, no, that suits.
I kind of thought the same thing. His, outside...
Charismatic, but extremely, rough in certain places. No, yeah, that sounds about right.
Just going to calmly walk up to the front desk. If there's a
You would do
line,
so.
I will wait.
Luckily, at this point, you've managed to find a booth that does not have prior waiting involved. Kind of a first.
Hell yeah.
And you would walk up, and there is this elven man with longer hair that has his hands folded and greets you with a gentle smile and a nod. What can I do for you?
I am part of Cartographer Corps 26. I am wondering if... Is it 26?
Yes.
You wouldn't get it wrong.
Yeah.
Okay. Part of Cartographer Corps 26. There was a requisition for equipment yesterday. I am wondering how that is going. If there is an update on that.
Patrol 26. Let me take a look at my files. Let's see. Ah, yes, that is coming as a matter of fact. Let me see what I have for you. Give me just a moment. They keep these in their own boxes further down in the loading areas. Let's see. Approved. Seems as though a rough scribe of the tenets of the icons of Zula has been copied. For whatever purposes. Easily done. We have 2 sets of armor. Let me see if I can find out what they are. Oh. Curious, it doesn't specify. It's a bit unusual. Alright. What else do we have here? As he's kind of fixating these unusually small for his head glasses, and he's looking further down this parchment that he produced. We have a warhammer of sorts. Alright, fresh from the forge. And several coils of rope. Look at that. Approximately 200 feet divided into 50-foot segmentations.
Just behind his back, just a small yes.
See? Oh,
Don't
looks
worry,
like-
that's a chuckle coming from, Gatrock too.
And it also looks like they have a bit of scrap metal that they were able to acquire. Raw pieces of broken armor and the like. Interesting choices, but if it suits your needs, we're happy to accommodate, assuming we can. Very well, I will hand you this receipt, and you want to head down the hall that way and make a left, and then another left, and there should be an area with a bunch of boxes, crates, the like. They will set you up with what you've requested.
Thank you. And, names are unnecessary. I appreciate it.
Anytime. Off you go, and good luck out there.
Just walking. Just, they didn't specify the kinds of armor. I don't know.
What do you mean?
I'm pretty sure you're the other one to request armor.
I'll be honest, I've slept since then, so And I had other things on the mind, so probably didn't specify that because it wasn't the first thing in my head.
Yeah, but normally they would specify what it is, and if it's not specified, I hope I get to argue that it's something a bit better than just chainmail.
Well, I already have a chainmail, which was why I was hoping to find something better, but we can make that argument when we get there.
Just making our way there.
All right.
Even if they give me another chainmail, I can make it into better armor at this point, I'm sure.
Oh, I wanted to ask, do you think you could do something with the shield that I got?
What do you have in mind?
I need to etch something into the inside, and I have the hands of a warrior, not a craftsman.
Let me know what you want to put inside, and we'll see about doing it on the road.
I was kind of considering that. I wasn't going to do it in here. I don't want to leave wood etchings everywhere.
If nothing else, it gives me something to do.
I wonder how the other two are going.
I'm sure we'll find them in about an hour.
Or two.
I'll do.
You would continue your small talk as you're making your way down the halls as instructed off into the room. And you'd enter this room and you can see that there is a variety of stacked crates that all bear the mark of the Inquisition, which is effectively the mark of Highshire, but with essentially a circular text around that says inquisitorial, blanking out on the word, provisions. And many of them are stacked nice and neatly, but you can see more towards the front. A lot of them are kind of more hastily clamored about. Some of them are open. It just seems that there are some boxes actively being worked with. And there would be a foreman, so it seems, that is managing operations. And you would approach, and I presume you bear the papers that the receptionist had given you.
Yeah, no words, just paper forward.
Yep, they're busy, so they approach, see the sheet that you have, take it, and promptly reorganize a few boxes to produce a crate that has a small parchment attached to the side, denoting that this is specifically requested for Patrol 26. And they would produce a crowbar and would shimmy it open as there is a splinter of a kind of a wood crack sound as this opens up, and you can peer inside as the previously mentioned items are inside. As you would find, there is the scroll containing the tenets of the icons of Zula, and I will produce those in chat for you now. Give me 1 second. As you'd pick this up, unfurl the scroll, and would it see the following written? All right.
Oh, why is it coming from me?
I think I had you selected.
You are the tenants, so Rin just walks in. The tenets of Icon. You are the will of Zula made manifest. Her
Rin was
mighty
somehow in the box.
We put an entire Rin in the box.
It was a goldfish.
We just we just take him out, we just rind up the back of him with like a cork or something, and he just starts saying the phrase.
Yeah.
We got a mini action figure of Rin the Religious.
So, was everything on that list in there? Like the pearls included?
So you would have the scroll in there, and the Warhammer in remarkably good condition. It almost looks like, and given that you have experience with the Forge, you can tell this was very recently made. You can see there are some signs of use. There's a little bit of dirt and grit that's among the edges and along the grip. Imagine it was brand new, used, and then somehow ended up here. As well as the rope that is all coiled up in the corner. And you would get to the bottom, and you would find the two sets of armor as mentioned. And one would be chainmail. And the other would appear to be scale mail.
Scale mail.
And there is something curious about these pieces of armor here. They don't appear to be in the best condition. Roll investigation as you're looking at this.
Who's better at investigating?
I'm just going to. Is your int better?
I have 12 in it.
Okay. Can I just like point it out and just be like, is there something up with that, and give him a little
You
bit of
can assist me,
advantage?
Yeah, this is kind of my purview of expertise anyway, so I'd be looking in the crate, so sure.
I'm just going to give
To
him
get to
advantage.
power game and who has the higher fucking stats, but just
I
if
know
you're-
I'm
if
not
you're-
good at it.
Investigation.
Just one of you roll, straight roll.
And
one of you.
add my whatever D4 thing.
Still
Wow.
rolling privately.
Oh,
No, I can see that.
it's still a nat 1. It's
Oh.
really
Yep.
funny.
Damn.
You find this a bit odd. I mean, it's dirty. It's a bit weird. You're not really sure what to make of this. All you can see is this isn't really like the rest of the items that are at least prepared or examined in some way. But there they are.
Yeah. Maybe there's something off with them, but I don't know. Maybe it's to do with this room. We'll just take them and figure it out later.
Okay. Just going to pick up the entire
They don't
goddamn
immediately
box.
look broken.
Can I pick up the entire box and just take it with me?
It's heavy, but yeah, you're gonna be
Between the
moving
two of
pretty
us.
slow. Yeah, between the two of you, yeah, you can get this to where it needs to go.
Just gonna take it back to the room and just.
Yeah.
But yeah, in summary, you have the tenets, the 2 pieces of armor, the warhammer, and 4 coils of rope that are each 50 feet long.
No pearls.
No pearls.
Alright, I'm going to notice that and ask him after we get the box out. Just just put that there. I'm gonna try and get the rest of it just now.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get that out of them, great.
I'm just gonna walk back in and just.
I'd like to see your manager.
I would like to see him. No, some of the things that I requisitioned of more importance weren't there.
And the foreman would turn. I see. What were you missing?
2 pearls. 1 would do. We do need at least 1. If
And
there
this
are.
was on the receipt for what you received?
That was not on the receipt, but it was part of the requisition.
And you asked for 2 pearls?
2 pearls.
Oh, I suppose the bag of 1 million gold pieces in there was missing too, I suppose.
Stars are falling around Highshire in its entirety.
I am aware to
omen
current
happened,
events.
and we are part of the main core that is going to go search for it and figure out what is happening. Those
Main
pearls.
core, buddy. Aren't there over 100 of you that are out there? 100 different patrols, whatever they're called?
And ours is having significant success.
I'm sure of it. But you should know that it doesn't give you all access pass to get whatever shiny objects or baubles you want from the Inquisition.
I understand that, but that
But
in
what?
particular is very important. I was wondering if there's any other requisitions that had it, because we need it especially.
Yes, just how the patrol that just came before you is curiously missing all of the diamonds and jewels they requested. It's quite a tragedy. Perhaps someone's stealing them. Listen, if it's not on the crate, it doesn't mean that they don't like you and don't want to give you things. It means they weren't able to acquire it. Pearls, gems, everything precious that can do miraculous things are coming quite hard to obtain. As you can imagine, trying to obtain them with the entire kingdom in panic and everything falling to shit outside, go ahead and try to find a pearl yourself. Tell me how it works out. If the Inquisition can't do it, I am going to suggest it's probably not easy to get.
Do you not have a single list of items that you have here?
Look, we have a lot to do. And you're not the first person to angrily demand everything that they want from the Inquisition. I just work here. Unless you have an actual issue, I have to get back to my duties.
Just walks out, not wanting to cause a scene.
He already kind of did.
I mean, it's only between me and him, so.
And off he would go, getting a bit of lip from the foreman, as apparently you're not the first person to be rejected for a few things.
I feel like if we're going to go and do that, we might as well go to the people who actually give out the list of things we're allowed to get.
I think that is a good idea. We have 2 hours to go, put this in the room, and take what's ours,
Well,
and...
Do you want to go and talk to them? Then I just move the box back.
I don't want to go on the wild goose chase. How important is the pearl?
Well, for the purposes of figuring out perhaps what the stars even do, it might come in real handy. But we can make do without. It would just help us significantly, I guess is the best way to put it.
I will go find a pearl.
All right, where are you off to?
I'm going to go to the front desk again.
All right.
See your manager.
I'm off.
There's something of a line this time, so it takes a good 10 to 15 minutes to get back up to the front, assuming you're still gonna wait.
Yeah, just a little side comment to Garok. If tell Rin that if I'm not back in 2 hours, it is because I'm trying to get what we need. I am not off
Good luck.
fucking off. Just, son of a bitch.
Garrick has no intention of waiting in line and just goes to try and move the box.
I'm just sitting in line, just angrily, just patiently angrily.
Also, I have a large build anyway, so moving the box should be easy enough.
Yeah. So you would get to almost the front of the line, and there would be a middle-aged, half-orc lady that is in some sort of semi-argument with the attendant. It looks like they're having some sort of disputes on their carriage being apprehended in an emergency situation. They have yet to get it back. Apparently it was in one place, but it's allegedly in another, and there's a bunch of confusion, and you didn't care too much to take in every ounce of details because you have your own concerns, but you would eventually fill out some sort of form and would storm off in a huff, giving you the floor as the booth is open to you. You're issued forth as there's the same elf attendant that is welcoming you back as he gives another nod. Ah, back again. What can I do for you?
Not everything that was requisitioned. Everything that was on the list was in the box, but not everything that we asked for was given to us, so I would like to put in another one, as well as try and get some information on where I could possibly find it myself.
I see. Regrettably, not everything that is requested can be fulfilled. The requisition forms are not absolute. As much as we hate to admit it, we're not all-powerful, and there are finite resources going to a number of different places, but I suppose I can put another one. I can make no guarantees, however. What can I put you down for?
A pearl 500 GP worth.
500.
50.
I see.
50? Is it 50?
No, actually, it's 100, I think.
It's 100.
It's 100, yeah. Not 500, goddamn.
100. Whatever the
100.
fucking number is.
Well, a big shiny pearl of a 100 gold piece worth. Well,
And
I wouldn't get your hopes up on that, but I can do what I can. Anything else?
and any locations where I could possibly, because requisitions aren't absolute, where I could find it myself.
Pearls.
Any jewelers nearby, any rich folk that are not being here
There's
anymore?
plenty of jewelers within the interior. This would certainly be the place to find them. As for finding them on your own, I'm not a jeweler myself, but from what I recall in gemstone lore, something like that would have hailed from the seas. As you can imagine, that is difficult to reach. even before the omen. I
Yeah,
imagine that finding a jeweler is your best chance, I'm afraid.
that was my guess too. Do you have a map that you can just hand me? Just of the stores where you guys get where you requisition?
Well, I don't have anything offhand that can specifically point you to one, but I assure you, if you peruse the streets, you should find one in due time.
And a message to Rin, Dagny, and Garok, if possible.
Are these noblemen that you're addressing?
These are part of Cartographer Corps 26. Should be in a
Cartographers.
room, actually. Just going to point out the room that we were given.
Are they being detained?
No, we're planning for our next outing, basically.
I see. All right. Well, I can have a note sent down. It shouldn't be too much trouble. I can pull some strings for you.
Just piece of paper, note, just... If I'm not back in 2 hours, I have fucked off into the city to find pearls. If I will come back in at least 5. Minimum,
Very well.
maximum 5.
I will keep your patrol informed on your whereabouts. Is there anything else I can do for you?
No, everybody's just doing their job. It's completely understandable. Just walking out of line. Have a good day.
You as well. Be safe out there. And you would see he is filing away your notes, and it is allegedly being sent off. Garrick, are you doing anything in the immediate time being?
Well, because I didn't want to wait in line, I'm just basically taking the box to the room and, like, just basically setting out the items and blah, blah, basically getting everything squared away ready for people.
You would do so. You would arrive earlier than Rin by a good 20 minutes, so you have time to take this box and sort out everything and examine your newly acquired items in greater detail.
There's just, like, a part in the back of his head that's just like, maybe we missed the pearl and it's in the bottom.
If it's in the fucking bottom, I'm gonna be
Yeah,
so
like,
pissed.
might as well, like, there's that little hope, but he's probably not gonna find it even when he looks around.
You would clean this box out. It would be as empty can get. You would turn it upside down and shake it vigorously in the off
Shame.
somehow chance that it might be there, just invisible because maybe it's so shiny you can't see it.
Can we
But
roll a
alas,
D100?
It would appear that there is no pearl within the requisition box, as denoted by the foreman.
Yeah, just chuck the lid back in and just basically wait for the other people to show up.
Very well.
By the time somebody
And-
else arrives, he's probably just sleeping in the chair, actually.
Right.
Sorry to interrupt, but I just imagine fucking Mirks keeps complaining to people up on the chain of command. He just keeps climbing the ladder to complain until he's complaining on Zula herself.
God, please,
Zula, I
for the
would like
love
to
of
see your
everything
manager.
holy, just
Go yell at the fucking mural. See how it works out for you.
give me a... Is there pearls in the mural?
Oh my
What
god.
did you know of?
If you try to take them out of the
mural.
mural, I guarantee you won't keep them for long.
But,
Yep.
I guess I'm just gonna go walk the fight. If I see anybody with, like, pearl fucking earrings or any sort of pearls on them whatsoever, I'm stopping them, by the way.
Jesus, man.
Are you just gonna start assaulting people? on the
No, no,
street,
no, no,
trying to
no.
fucking
I'm gonna
rip
talk to
them
them.
out?
I'm gonna talk to
Alright.
them.
Yeah. If
So-
he does do that, then he would be at least equal with Dagny now.
Holy shit. Out you go. The party is slowly losing their composure, and you are in the streets of the high capital, free to peruse as you see fit. So I'm going to assume that that's a serious request where you're on the lookout for people with pearl jewelry.
I'm looking for a jeweler's first and foremost of any kind. And if anyone with pearl jewelry comes up while that's happening, I'm going to stop and talk to them.
Oh my god. Okay, roll perception.
All right.
Yep.
13.
Now, you keep a sharp eye out, leaning into people a bit more as they pass. Granted, if they have a pearl necklace, it could easily be tucked under a very fur-lined coat or something like that. People that have valuables at this day and age, with people getting increasingly frantic, may hide their jewelry a little more, maybe tuck it under the shirt. So you are being very dart-eyed on your endeavor, both looking for a shop
have
as well as
to-
looking for jewelry.
1 second. I have to stop the recording. I'm running low on space.
Okay.
All right.
Wow.
Yeah, I love the way like the more fucked up the character seems and the less trustworthy they are, the less problems they seem to have caused
All
so
right,
far.
we're good. I'm scouring people for a pearl necklace. What's going on?
So, you're continuing your prying with darting eyes on all of the noblemen and higher class people that are roaming around the streets doing whatever business towards the seeming end of the world. There's a lot of high tension in the air. And people are off to themselves in a hurry, and you would kind of dart off and try to get a look at some people, and occasionally someone will return your stare with suspicious eyes as you get stink eye multiple times. You were right in assuming that people are being a little more tight-coated in terms of hiding their shiny things, given that they're not sure on the state of the world. And regrettably, you don't come across anyone that has any jewelry resembling pearls. Sad to say. Just a little bit of suspicion placed onto your head. However, within a couple of minutes of doing this as you're perusing the streets, there would in fact be a bauble shop that seems to be selling a number of somewhat shiny things of the like. Not necessarily gems, but you imagine they'll be mixed into their shelves, as it looks like it's more of a magical trinket-based shop.
Oh no. Oh, I'm gonna walk in.
You would walk in, and there's the smell of old wood and a few curious scents of strange metallic odors and the occasional whiff of what you can only imagine to be mysterious ingredients rumbling up from potion bottles. Natural scent here, something that smells almost like freshly cooked meat here. A bit of a mix of different things as you walk into this place, and there's these older shelves that are very sturdily built, and there is a wide range of curious things that seem to have no rhyme or reason to their organization, as this does appear to be a magical trinket shop as stated. And there's a couple of people that are perusing different areas of this, and you can see there's people that they look like they're magically inclined. And there's a small gathering towards the front as it looks like they are talking to the worker towards the back end of the store, leaving you free to go about the store as you see fit.
So this is like a magical trinket shop, yeah?
Something like that. But yeah, you see there's the occasional hint of something that is gem-like. You imagine there may be something that involves a pearl in here.
I'm just gonna, if there's anything weaponry related at all, like it looks like a trinket of a weapon, I'm gonna pick it up just for curiosity's sake. I'm gonna ask what it does when I get to the front and have my chance to talk to the man.
Okay. You're gonna take some time perusing the shelves and looking at various instruments. So roll investigation as you're going through all this stuff.
9.
All right. So, you can see that there is quite the volatile mix of things. You find one thing that looks metallic that catches your eye, and it would be this little clockwork metallic blue bird that has a beak wide open with a hole you can see that goes into the mechanics that has some sort of arcane device held within that you're not really sure what it does. A few cogs on the back of it to some unknown purpose. There's a curious gathering of small leather shoes that almost look like they're fit for a dog. And you can see there's a granite wand, very nicely put together, that has a few golden etchings along the side that is placed neatly on the shelf. It has its own stand. And finally, there is something that resembles a clear weapon, a longbow. And
Ooh.
it bears a gnarled and twisted appearance. And although this has a wicked complexion to it, it definitely seems well made, as if this is just aesthetics.
I'm gonna take the log. Is it available to just kind of pick up and bring to the front?
Yes.
I'm going to pick it up carefully. Just...
You would. And there is something of a tingle that meets your fingertips as you grasp the midsection of the bow. And there's a strange glimmer in the bowstring as it catches the light. Definitely has something to it.
Just gonna glance up at the front desk see if there's still people he's attending to.
Looks like people are clearing out. If you wish to speak with them, it would only be maybe a minute or so.
I'm gonna take the bow and bring it up to the front. Just, hello.
You would see there's a dwarf that's working the counter, and he has these almost too big for his head pair of goggles that have these crystalline purplish lenses that also catch the light in a distinct manner. And as you look through the lenses, they appear to amplify the size of his eyes several fold. He looks very googly-eyed as a result, although the rest of him is quite burly, as there's a bunch of small, intricate baubles that are dotted throughout the many pockets and belts that are lining his large torso. And he would give a nod as you approach. What can I do for you?
My friends are... Well, first, I'm just gonna put the bow on. What does this do?
Oh, that gnarled thing. Yeah, that thing was an old acquisition from probably a year or two ago, I think. Must have, excuse me, potions go down hard. Must have recently been moved up to the front, finally getting low on space there. Everyone's I'm sorry, I'm getting off on a tangent. That thing... All I know at face value without looking at its papers is that thing was designed by a very magically inclined hunter. Anything that's on four paws, snarls, has fur, that sort of thing, strike an arrow at it, and you're be hard to miss with a bow like that. Any of them beasties out there are gonna have a bad day.
That is interesting. I'm just gonna... just kind of put it forward a little bit. One more thing. I am about as magically inclined as a brick.
Yeah.
And my friends sent me off, or I'd rather put myself off, to go find a pearl. Why would they need a pearl?
Yeah.
They never explained it.
Yeah.
I need the pearl. What is it? Why do they need the pearl?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, they probably have, probably a component for one of their spells. You see, when stuff is learned, they still have to find the right components that can act as a conduit for the spell to manifest. You see, you can't just get anything to come out of your fingers. Although you can get away with the lower tier stuff. The stuff that you learn first and foremost. But as spells get more complicated, they need a physical manifestation to guide the form which the spell calls for. Otherwise, you're gonna have... Oh.
Can I give him a persuasion check in the form of just looking fucking confused as hell? Just mouth open, just,
What's the goal here? Are you just trying to shut him up with a confused look?
Just looking at him very confused, like, obviously, I don't know what you're talking about.
You're not really speaking for persuasion. I think this would be more of a straight charisma roll.
Just... 7.
He has his hands going as he explains the intricacies of magical components, and he's not even looking at you as his big googly eyes through the glasses are going off towards the walls and the ceiling as he's on this tangent for a good minute or so as he wraps up. Yeah, without that, you tried to cast it, it would just be a bunch of runoff and you'd probably end up cooking yourself. Pretty cool, huh?
That doesn't sound very... Again, brick analogy kind of fits. I apologize.
Hey, so... that's that. So, you were looking for, one of the pearls, right? I'm assuming?
Yeah, just a pearl or two. 2 of them want it, but I guess they could share if they want.
Yeah! Wait, no. Wait, I don't know. we haven't really gotten a lot of those. Stuff that comes from the sea is kind of a hard thing, even before everything got bad. I can take a look, but, yeah, let me just take a look. I'm gonna take a look. I'm gonna go look. Just wait there for a moment. And he would waddle off to the back room, and you hear a concerning amount of banging and clattering as you swear he's beating the shit out of something back there.
Can I get a
As
look?
you can hear some weird mutters in the process, as you swear he's destroying his own shop back there, as there's a number of magical doodads that you can see are flying about as stuff is being tossed. A few arcane stir-ups, as you imagine a spell or two might have been conjured in the process. And after a few moments, you kind of hear a, look at that! Look at that! Alright! As he comes back out from the back room, excitedly, as he's clasping something between his meaty hands, and he's looking at you with a big old grin. Oh, I've got something for you! Check it out! And he slams it on the table. And there is this black, pearl-esque looking thing that has these strange, it almost looks like these twisted crystalline fingers that are wrapping around it. And there is a soft but very faint red glow that pulses out from this pearl, supposedly. And he looks at it. He has two open palms that are gesturing towards it, and he has the wonder of a child in his oversized eyes as he continues. Look at that! Oh! Well, it's a pearl, all right, but it's got a little more to it than that. I don't know about spell components, but this here, oh, I'm actually not sure what it does.
Fucking knew it.
Is there any way to figure out what it does? Because
Yeah.
it's pretty.
Yeah, let me take a look. As he would tap on his goggles, and they would quickly flare, obscuring his eyes, as there's this dim violet light that is cast out in a cone from the lenses as it would greet this pearl, and he is fixating the lenses as he's adjusting them, and there's this arcane mechanical clicking accompanying it as he does so. And you can see there's the occasional small, very intricately placed rune on the rims of his spectacles that are flashing erratically as he's seemingly studying this thing. And after a few moments, the light would recede. His big googly eyes would become once again visible from behind the crystalline lens. And he would fold his hands and plop it onto the table. Well, it's quite a curious thing. I'm actually not sure when this came into my possession. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I just can't. Unless it was that weird guy that came in like about a year ago. It had 3 eyes. It was right between his forehead, you see. And it always looked in a different direction from his 2 main eyes. It was kind of cool. And he's going off as he's spouting off on yet another tangent.
Three eyes? The creatures with 3 eyes, like humanoid?
Oh, yeah, he was humanoid, all right. But he was a little bit different. Like, I don't know. There's those guys that do all them weird stuff to their bodies. I think there was what's that? Oh, the Sadeens. I think so. They must have been the ones behind this one. I'm not quite sure. But as far as I can tell, if you have the right spell, no, the right cantrip that's cast into this here pearl, aim the cantrip at it, goes into this, and from the far side, a more powerful spell is cast. I having a hard time figuring out the exact one. And he's like tapping on his glasses, but they're kind of giving this weird whirring to them as he shakes his head. I'm sorry, this is a little unprofessional. Usually I can get a pretty good read and tell people what I'm selling them. It's some cantrip that you can cast into this, goes through this, And a more powerful spell, I think it's around 2nd level, is cast instead. There's only a certain amount of times you can do this before you completely deplete the inordinate reservoir that's in this. You don't want to completely drain that because this thing could shatter, and that's no good for anyone. You could let out something that was supposed to never be out, but that's a darker subject. I don't know if it's gonna work for your friend's purposes. It's already got some magic in it, but you know, it's worth a try. I think this is all I got. Unless you want me to destroy my shop trying to find out.
I don't want you to destroy your shop.
Yeah, me neither. We have so much in common.
I don't just he doesn't he's about to say I don't know what a cantrip is, but I have a I'm just gonna take out the seal of the Inquisition bullshit. And just
You would, and he would study that and squint his eyes a little. Oh. Yeah, they owe me money already.
just you're joking.
Oh, yeah. I mean, no, I'm not joking.
They owe you money already.
Yeah?
And they
You're
have
the first person with that thing like that to come into here. This has been a, I lost count after 5 or 6 people using that. They say it's good for it, but their bill's piling up.
I can assure you they are good for it, but it is curious on how they haven't paid you yet.
So you're telling me that all that's going to be paid, and I should stop bellyaching about it. Just like that.
No. Continue bellyaching. Go, yeah.
All right, well, you see, the Inquisition has always been something that I haven't entirely been fond. I mean, I don't dislike them, but I just never knew much about them. People always keep to themselves, always, I think, they have something in them that might be kind of on the darker side of things. So I don't really trust them innately, but unless you really know what's under a person's skin, the most you can do is speculate, and if you speculate for too long, it rots your brain a little, gets you thinking weird things that may not be true.
A good distrust is good to have, but I am hired by cartographer. Just cartographer.
Now, why would you need a pearl to make a map?
To make a map?
That's what cartography is, right? Oh, no. Those are the guys out. Okay, never mind. You're going outside, aren't you? Oh.
That was a second part, actually. I was going to,
All right, enough of the riffraff here. Am I good for this money if I just hand this thing to you, or am I really gonna be getting the 60 or so gold this thing is worth?
just gonna take out a sheet of paper and just sign it and, like, put down a whole bunch. Like, would I know the process of getting his money to him?
So, they would essentially, with the seal that you have, they would write down your cartographer patrol, your name, and there's a unique, like, code. It's almost like a cipher that's in a strange dialect that accompanies this seal that they write down with it. And below that, they put basically what you took and the worth. So that, you know, is the process. But before you can get to any of that, this dwarf would clasp the pearl and would move it off a table, holding it in his hands. So you're saying that I can trust you and the Inquisition? Just like that?
I'm going to just take a step back and just hand over my heart. You can trust me.
Roll persuasion.
I'm going to use my commanding presence. I'm going to roll an additional d6 with it. 19.
Now, you look at him, and you can see the hesitation in his eyes. And you can see he's not happy about this. But eventually he kind of nods a little bit and rolls his eyes. All right. I'll buy into this, given the thing that you're going to be doing out there is making sure that we in here can keep doing what we're doing. I'm getting tired of this. You hear?
I understand.
All right.
Just gonna start scrawling down all the information needed for the bow
The
and
necessary accommodations would be made. He would file away the parchments, and he would hand you this strange pearl. And he gives you a nod. Is there anything else that you're going to take from me that you're not going to give me immediate gold for?
I would hope not, but I do have something that you might be interested in.
Really?
I'm gonna produce that last breath of the Lich that
You
I
would-
had gotten from way back when.
You would
Yeah, that
produce
was
what
one of
seem you would produce what appears to be an empty potion bottle.
No,
And
I
he
haven't
would look
though.
at it. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty good. I can give you 1 copper piece for that bottle.
I'm going to turn it around and I have not opened it, and it is rather dumb to just believe what is on the tin, but I found it in the outside, and it says it is the last breath of a Lich.
Now you can see that this has a old, somewhat peeling off and not very official looking label on it that was scribbled on by someone who could have been doing who knows what. And you show this to him, speak your words, roll persuasion again.
I'm going to use commanding presence.
How many times can you use that?
I have 4 flourished. I have 4 dice.
I see.
Simp death breath, yes. Persuasion. With a d6 on I'm gonna use my inspiration. Fuck. Fuck
Oh
10.
no.
And he would consider your words, and then his eyes would light up with wonder. Oh, I see what you got there. All right, half a copper piece for that line of bottle.
Can you look at it with your goggles? I honestly don't know what's in it. I don't want to open it either, because if it is whatever it is.
Why would I want to open it if you're not going to open it?
I mean, if it's something cool, we can open it together.
Well, do you want to? Pop the cork.
I
Prove
don't-
what you're worth.
If it is the last breath of a dead lich, I would like to know if it has any value while it's still in the cork. You know?
I don't know. I've never heard of a last breath of a dead lich being used for anything arcane before. Maybe one an alchemist.
Fair enough. You are right. I'm gonna take what I've gotten. You have a good day, sir.
Yeah.
And I'm yours.
Alright.
What is yours?
Tired and hungry.
Fair enough.
No, I just kidding. Tuggling.
Cooklin?
Oh, seriously, it's not fucking Rick Sanchez. For
And-
that fucking burping he's doing.
In Dwarvish, just have a good day.
And there's a couple of eager patrons behind you that were very anxiously waiting their turn, and they would immediately put whatever they have on their table. As you have officially done your business, leave the shop, and you have this strange pearl in your possession. The exact specifications of which you're not sure, but allegedly you cast a cantrip, it turns into a higher level spell.
And the bow. I also took the bow.
You never mentioned that.
I took.
No, I
I
didn't.
I said I put the bow forward as well.
Ah, your DM didn't catch that part.
My apologies. Do you need me to do something for it?
Just take the damn thing.
Okay. I thought I made it. I'm sorry.
I mean,
No,
the
it might have
dwarf
been my
did
own fuck
ask,
up.
to clarify. It's fine, whatever.
It doesn't matter, just take it.
Okay. How long has it been?
You're pretty much out of time.
Okay.
Which is your DM saying, "Get on with it!"
All right. I'm going. I'm get on with it. I'm going back.
As the misadventures of Mayarks come to a conclusion, and we re-enter the Hall of the Inquisition once again. Re-entering, I presume, without further interruption, Mayarks, you're going to be making your way towards the room.
Making my way towards the room.
Garrick, the time that you had spent here, you had gotten a clear consensus of the things you have, and Rin would abruptly enter into the door, coming into the room.
Are they both here when I enter?
Oh yeah, you
Just
hear
Garrick,
him
but
snoring.
Mayarks is probably only a minute behind.
Like, my man has laid out all of the equipment that was given, the box is just kind of by his side, and he's literally just sleeping in the chair, arms folded across his chest, basically.
Yeah, Rin will take a minute to survey what we got before going ahead and casting a mage hand to tap Garrock on the shoulder.
Oh, hi.
Good morning. Where has
so-
Milix run off to now?
He was, there was something missing in the box. I believe that thing that either of us wanted, a pearl. So he wanted to go on and see if he can get one somewhere. Weren't you with Dagny?
I was. I completed what I set out to do.
That's good.
However, it seems Dagny got into some kind of altercation with another in the Inquisitorial Hall and was led away by Shireguard to clear things up, I assume. She should be joining us soon.
What happened?
I do not know. Some form of altercation. No blood was drawn, thankfully.
I thought everyone who lived in these walls was supposed to be friendly with one another.
Well,
Or at least put up with each other.
I imagine with the situation outside the wall, tensions are high. And when they are, people do not think.
I look forward to you telling Dagny that.
I would like to know more before I start handing out lectures. However, I am curious for you, Garrock. What were you able to glean from that keystone by yourself?
Funnily enough, you're not the first person to ask about that. I mean, I've made a report about it to the Inquisitor. She politely asked me about it, and he does the quotation marks gesture when around politely. But it seems that me and the Inquisition came to the same conclusion. A man-made object that captured a being and acted as a sort of prison.
I see. What I am curious about is why you insisted to have a piece to yourself away from the Inquisition. After all, they have people and devices that would aid you in your study rather than hamper it. Why did you do that?
Maybe you won't understand. Maybe you will, as somebody who's not startlingly different to I. The Inquisition is useful, provides a purpose to many people here, and overall is a great help to this city, the last bastion of humanity, I suppose. But that doesn't mean that they're entirely good or have everyone's best interest in mind. And for that reason, I find it better to conduct my own research sometimes rather than rely on people I don't actually know, per se. if that makes sense.
I understand your reasoning behind your decision, though I do not fully agree with it. Fine. Another topic to bring up. Something you said upon our initial meeting has been a concern for quite some time. I believe one of us asked you why you wore that mask, and I believe the reason you gave was for the purposes of intimidation. Am I recalling that correctly?
I don't remember the words of every conversation that I have, especially ones that didn't seem too important, but I believe that was about right, yes.
I find that strange. After all, I've been outside in the world for quite some time now. The beast and things out there are not prone to such tactics. I've only found that people fall for such things.
And, you might be a bit right then, I guess. You are a smart one after all. It doesn't just serve that purpose, but I will say that you are wrong in that. Things are scary outside, sure, but people can also be equally as scary. It does have another purpose, but I don't feel like we're that well acquainted yet to where we would both take off our masks and show each other what really lies underneath.
I do not care for what your face looks like, rather your wording. It was the implication from what I gathered that you have dealt with people in a sense that you would need to employ such tactics. And from what I've seen of you thus far, you're more than willing to apply force. First and foremost.
Doing what I guess Mayox does has never been my strong suit. So, at least if I wear the mask, it puts the point across immediately that I am strictly here for business most of the time. And it does protect my face, funnily enough. What is it you're trying to get at, I guess, with asking this conversation topic?
It was simply a concern of mine that you have been fighting and killing people at some point.
How do I put it this way? You know people who are exiled from this place. What do you think they usually end up doing when they find out that supplies are scarce and they won't be refreshed by the city? They get desperate. They fight each other. They go to wherever they think there might be resources, and should those resources not be ready to be taken, they might, I don't know, force the hand of the owners. I have some experience there, and that's all I'll say about it.
Fine then. Lastly, it would appear that that item, the pearl, we both requisitioned, is not here. So,
No.
why don't you give that wand you procured from that man a while back to the Inquisition, so that they can at least identify it for you?
While that would be a fine and dandy suggestion, I don't particularly feel like dealing with the Inquisition's questioning when it suddenly turns up. And assuming Mirax is somehow successful in finding that item while he's out, it would be a moot point anyway.
Oh, I see. Wishing to dodge the consequences of your actions, then. Fine.
Is there any reason why you're trying to particularly poke at my feelings and try and make me feel guilty? Is there something
Well, I believe I
particular
made it
against
fairly
me?
clear that I have an initial dislike from what I have seen of you thus far.
The feelings are mutual.
Shit.
But if we are to work together as a team, we need to speak of these matters.
And to
And it's
that
quite
I
simple
agree.
of what I would ask of you. Do not let force be your first answer. Simple.
If you are willing to say that to the rest of the group, then I am willing to agree to you. That is the reason why we're in this group, is it not? You don't have the answers to everything. You certainly don't have a face to talk to people with usually. That's why we have Mirax here, is it not? He is the first option for trying to talk things out, and when that fails, that's when
He is
we
a
usually do
bumbling
something.
idiot who does more harm than good.
Yes, but people at least like him, unlike you and me.
Fine, if you're willing to put him as the spokesman for our little team here, by all means.
Do you think you would do a better job?
With those of Highshire, no, I don't believe so. All they want of me is a good little pet who will do their bidding. After all, they still believe to be most of them still believe me to be some monster hiding in this suit.
Are they wrong?
Time will tell.
If, at least to put your mind at ease, regardless of what our differences are, I respect you for being a part of this group. And when push comes to shove, I will protect you with my life, as I hope you will do with mine. If we can resolve everything else in the process, good. If not, then oh well.
I agree with that sentiment. We will need one another out there beyond the walls.
So how long should we give the other two?
Well, 30 minutes at the most before we go off searching.
Okay then. In that case, I'm going to go back to sleep. I imagine I'm not going to get much once we go back outside.
It would conveniently be around this time when Merix would complete his journey off to his various duties and would enter the door.
I am back sooner than expected.
Well, that's one.
The pearl, there's clearly a new bow on his back. The pearl, I don't remember why exactly you wanted it, and I didn't get very many details, but I'm not entirely sure if this one will work. But it's interesting nonetheless.
Fine then. Let me see what you procured.
I'm curious.
Just gonna put down the black pearl that you said it looked like a hand clutching something. Or
Yes, as though there are these. It looks almost like this marbled crystalline tendrils that vaguely resemble fingers that are clasping around this dark pearl. And the pearl itself has this faint red glow coming from its center.
it's
Creepy.
It is a pearl. The only information I got put a whatever cantrip is in the up to level 2 spell comes out. Ah, fuck, I don't. He said a specific cantrip, but he didn't say which cantrip.
Can I attempt to pick this up and study it, see what I can glean from it?
You can. Roll Arcana.
Okay.
Have a guidance. And some help, actually, seeing as we're both equally interested in this, I'm sure.
So advantage and D4. So
Yes.
25 plus 20. Oh, I don't want two. I just want one.
Yeah.
26.
28.
Yeah.
28.
You spend some time and you figure, like in your studies, prodding at this thing. Given that arcane tinkering is fresh on the table for you, you apply some techniques on some tools that you've yet to fully pack away, and this, you're not quite sure what happens. You must have hit the right place in the right spot, but it's almost as if the knowledge of what this does would enter your mind very suddenly. Now, this is a strange little bauble that Mayarx has acquired from who knows where. It is in fact a pearl, or at least it used to be before being augmented in some indiscernible way. And this not only can be used as a component for casting a spell, it also can be used as a magical focus should someone choose to do so, with the additional feature that if someone were to cast light through this conduit, it would end up casting Crown of Madness. And you would know this has a total of 3 charges.
Recharge on rest or just total period?
It recharges at dawn.
Okay. And don't use all... also, the dude said don't use all of its magic or it could break or something. I don't know. Apologies if it's not what you need, but it seemed interesting enough.
Well, it at least fills the bracket of what we wanted. It is definitely not what we expected, though.
It does suffice in the use we had need of it for, as well as being useful in other ways. What more can you tell me about this pearl, Mix?
That I got it from a dwarf in the shop, and it looked pretty. I asked for a pearl, he brought it out, seemed excited, and it was gotten from a man with 3 eyes. Just kind of puts his hands up in a shrug. That's all he gave me.
Ominous.
Exactly. But he said it was a pearl, so I just trusted him.
I see. Girak, then, are you capable of conjuring this cantrip needed?
I most certainly can. I don't use it that much, but I could see myself using it a lot more in this case.
Then, from a tactical standpoint, it belongs to you.
Well, should go without saying that if you have any need use of it, then you also can, but at any point.
Of course.
Well, while we're waiting for the last person of our group, let's put it to use for what we needed it for. Let's see what this wand does.
Are you attempting to discern the purpose of the wand as well?
Yeah, I'm going to use, now that I have this pearl, I'm going to use it to cast Identify as a ritual. Seeing as we have spare time anyway.
Very nice. Alright, you would ritual cast Identify. And after a while of having this wand, its
Jackets, what's your fucking thing?
Very nice.
I forgot how to, so.
It's fine. After ritual casting, the purpose of this wand becomes known.
Ooh.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh
boy.
no.
Oh boy.
Why is the price
That's so much
24,000?
stuff.
Yeah, that
Oh,
price is
no.
bullshit. Suffice to say, that's just
Obviously.
don't pay.
I
Do
just
not pay
love
attention to that shit.
I haven't even looked through all of it, but I'm just looking at the table of effects, and there's a D100 involved.
no.
Why
Oh,
does
boy.
someone turn into an elephant?
See, this is why I'm glad I didn't just decide to use it. No. Like, no, we're not gonna risk that. Does everyone else see what this does? Or do I
Yes.
have to? Okay,
Everyone
good.
sees it. Oh no.
Oh no!
Oh.
On a one, the wand crumbles to dust. Imagine if that's what that dude did on accident. Just, hey, I made this cool ass magic item. It's gone.
I imagine,
Well.
like, we all get the TLDR of everything.
Oh, yeah, like,
it's
Alex,
capable of.
have you ever wielded a wand before that did something completely random when you aimed to cast a specific spell?
I don't cast spells.
Well, let me put it this way, Miox. Imagine for an instance that you could, and if you were going to, you had intent to, I don't know, harm someone. You use this wand, and there's a chance it just breaks and does nothing. But more funnily than that is that you could blow them up with a large ball of fire, or you could equally stun yourself. It is surprisingly chaotic, and now I feel more than ever glad that I made the decision to just keep it on myself and not let the Inquisition or that dwarf keep it.
It was a
It was
gnome
a
that you.
gnome.
It was a gnome that you suplexed.
It was.
It was a gnome.
They do look rather similar. I guess the width is like the main difference. But anyway,
From what I'm able to glean, there appears to be numerous negative effects that are capable of transpiring upon use.
Do all magic items, like, of anything like that, have all the bad shit that comes with it as well? Because if so, I have something that you might want to look at for me.
well, now that we can look at magic items properly, we'll at least know if it has that to it.
Just gonna unwrap the bow around myself and just put it on the table.
After I look at this item, should we go and see if Dagny's been let out?
What do you mean let out? What happened?
Which, if you, by the way, not to interrupt, if you wanted to drag this onto your character sheet, this is the pearl that you uncovered.
Ooh.
So how do I add these to my sheet?
You should be. It's located in the items directory under magic items, and you should be able to drag and drop it into your inventory, I believe. Also, I'm going to rule during this time, Rin, as you were walking out of the forge, you had time to complete your last tweaks onto the arcane bracers that you were preparing for Dagny, and its full capabilities would become known to you.
Yeah, they just need to be fitted and adjusted while worn. That's actually really good.
Wow.
But anyway, let's see what these braces, not braces, the bow does then while we're here.
What happened to Dagny while that's going on?
Yeah, while all
Yeah.
this is going on, Dagny,
Rin knows
Yes.
about that.
you're being detained. There's no
That is a fun
sugarcoating it. You
sentence.
are full on being detained by the Shire Guard Elite as you're sent into something of a holding cell where they are gathering their notes. And you can see that they are, by and large, reading right through your bullshit. And some time would pass, and you're in this holding cell, and parchments are being passed along between the guardsmen. And eventually there'd be one particular guardsman who kind of shuffles past them and would come right up to you and would stare you down very intently as he would then cross his arms shake his head and just utters a single word. Really?
Well, I'm sorry, do I know you?
I know enough about you to know that this is a little out of character for you, sis.
Felix?
He would remove his helmet.
Oh my god, where have you been? I asked for you weeks ago.
Yeah,
She'll stand up and move closer to the grate.
The elites that are with you would grab you very firmly. It's Dagny, it's tough out here. It's tough everywhere. I meant to come see you. I'm sorry.
It's alright, I've been dealing with some things as well.
Yeah. Any word from how things are going on at home? I haven't scarcely been able to actually take a look over there.
Well, I mean, a friend of mine sent a special contraption of his to take a look around. Everything seems to be intact. Dennis is doing the best that he can. A lot of refugees are trying to at least get some form of shelter.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, no, it's good to see you. I wish he was on better terms, but when you going around starting fights or something now? The report's not written yet.
I didn't start the fight.
Sis.
The man insulted me.
And?
She's like looking around the room like, I cast Mind Sliver on him. It was a little more effective than I wanted it to be.
Dagny.
What?
He looks at you with sullen eyes. Look, I get it. You've come a long way from the bed. From feeling like you're beneath people. I get it. I'm here to tell you, you've already proven yourself. I've seen those reports on you and the rest of your patrol. Dagny, you're incredible. Everything you've done so far. You don't need to prove anything to anyone. And one person who's given you some scowls, so what? They're probably just jealous for all they know.
Honestly, it feels just like a blip on the radar. I haven't really made a great impact, Felix.
Well, the Cartographer Patrol movement is still a recent event, and there's still a lot that's bound to happen as days go by. And you've already done good work. I have no doubt you're going to keep doing good work, but come on. Harassing people in the Hall of the Inquisition, if you're going to cause petty crimes, you could at least pick
harass him.
Well, a report says he was bleeding out the nose after he stopped holding up his nose so high in the air. Looks like he was trying to act like he wasn't as beaten down as he was.
He shouldn't have insulted me.
Oh. He just put a palm to his face.
You know how I feel about that, Felix.
I know. I'm not saying I don't understand. I'm just saying that we don't need one more thing to worry about. You know?
Fine. I'm trying to do better. You know how I am.
I don't blame you, Dagny. The amount of pressure on your shoulders is even more than the pressure on mine. I can't imagine. Now, when you accepted this duty to be a cartographer, you accept everything that comes with it, on setting the example, being a beacon of hope, going out into no man's land to give people a chance they otherwise never would. You've already done that to a great deal. Don't tarnish that.
Kind of looks down. All right.
Now, I'm gonna pull some strings, okay? I'm gonna get you out early. I'll deal with it. If the flak comes my way, it'll be on my shoulders. Does that sound fair to you?
Okay.
Thanks, sis. In return, promise me that you're not gonna get ahead of yourself like this. I'm not saying I don't understand, but this is certainly not the time and certainly not the place.
She'll sit up erect, do a cross over her heart and hold up 2 fingers. I promise to do better.
He would smile warmly. I know you will. I got a peek at the file, too. Is this guardsman reject person in your party? What's his name? Mayarks or something like that?
Oh, you fuck. I will assault him if I ever hear these words. I will be in that fucking cell, and you will be one brother down.
He mentioned something like that.
Felix would continue. Yeah, if you ever want a punching bag, maybe use him. He would otherwise be one in basic training. I already had my turn being that. So maybe you can prepare him for a little bit. He'll thank you eventually.
How am I supposed to do that? He's more physical than I am.
And according to the report, so was the meatwad that you gave a nosebleed to. Why don't you do more of what you do in here?
See, the thing about that is I kind of tried that trick on him the last time to get him to behave, and he did not take to it too well. Wasn't so loudmouth about it like the other one, but...
Oh, no wonder he was rejected. Alright, so I'm gonna just get this paperwork taken care of here. And he would quickly write a few things, and there is a hand gesture, very quick, and you don't really get the full gist of it, but upon making it, the 2 Shire guards would give a nod up underneath their helmets, and they would release you immediately. And they would respectively back off.
Just kind of rub her arms where they were holding her.
You don't deserve to be treated like a criminal.
Well, I wasn't really resisting.
I really wish I could sit and catch up with you. I really do. But there's a reason I haven't been able to catch you at any moment so far, and I don't know if it's gonna change.
I need to find a way to stay in contact with you. I'm gonna figure something out, I promise.
I know you will. Take care of yourself, sis, okay?
She'll kind of hobble over and give him a hug.
Yeah. You would have the ability to do so as you would embrace Felix, and he would return it. And he would give you one final warm smile before he would then turn and enter the adjacent room, parchments in hands, and the door would close. And a few moments later, it seems as though you've been released, free to return to the rest of your patrol.
Start making my way over that way. The holding cells, am I walking past them?
Now that's further within the area you're currently in. The actual jail, quote unquote, that's used by a High Shire for criminals isn't in the Hall of the Inquisition. That's a little bit more by the Shire guards. This is kind of just a lesser detainment thing, but if you can see that there's adjacent cells, but there isn't anyone currently in them.
As I'm walking past, like, I'm kind of gleaning around eyes and ears for, like, any signs of Nishira, though she doesn't expect to find any.
Roll perception as you're passing through.
Natural 1.
Regrettably, there's no sign of her.
Walking up with a sense of humbleness, just making her way back to the conference room.
And back you would go. And while the 3 of you have taken your time to decipher everything that you have collected about the items you've gotten so far and your next course of action, all the like. You're getting towards kind of the end of your waiting period here when the door would open and Dagny would be there to walk in.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
So what did you do?
What did you do? Just smiling.
Everyone immediately asked, what did you do?
Well, there was, if Rin hasn't already told you, there was a blacksmith who was apparently waiting for the room when we were there. I attempted to placate him as we made our way out. He threw an insult at me, and I cast Mind Sliver on him, and he took offense to that.
You attacked a man, and you're surprised that he took offense to that.
What's Mind Sliver? I don't know what that is.
It's that thing that gave you a headache.
Oh. Why did you do it again?
I'm not as physically inclined as you are, Mayorks. I have to have my ways.
Turning a cheek is a good way of not causing a fight.
But using a cartographer as an insult is not a way to start a fight?
Are you sure he was using it as an insult? He might have just not known it.
It was the tone of his voice.
Yeah, but we're better than him anyways, it's fine.
Also, just because somebody insulted you doesn't mean you immediately...
Enough talk about this. I already got an earful from my brother, and I promised him I would do better.
Does that mean
but
you're not
somebody's
going
looking
to
out for
brain
the
sliver me again?
group. Right, we have stuff here.
Well, she's looking at Mayorks real quick. She raises her eyebrow and kind of looks him up and down. Well, honestly, according to my brother, I kind of should use you as a punching bag.
Punching is allowed, brain harming is not. I can handle physical. Please do not use your magic on me. That I will not appreciate.
Well, I told him that too. So I'm not sure what you want me to do.
Again, physical is fine. I can handle physical.
I'd probably
I'll
hurt
keep that
myself
in
before I'd
mind.
actually hurt you, so...
It's a risk you're willing to take.
I'll keep that in mind whenever I feel the need to punch you in the face.
Just give me fair warning when you do it.
I'm glad everyone's getting along.
Nah, it's
But
fine.
nonetheless, let us all agree on something. In all situations we encounter, be it in or outside the walls, let us not let emotions blind us, and let us not have force be our first answer. Is that agreeable with all of you?
Yes, father.
I'm not going. It's understandable. If it's people, we can talk. I can talk to people. But if it's beasts, I make no promise.
It is obvious if beasts attack us, self-defense is our first priority.
Alright. But, what is our course of action now? Leaving the city?
Well, there's nothing stopping us.
We'll have to inform the Inquisitor, but first, I need to get these fitted and make any adjustments that are needed. That's all.
Is
Get
there
the
anything we have
bracers.
need of before we leave?
Before we leave?
Yes, any additional arms, armor, or anything like that. They gave me some scrap to work with, so I'm just giving that option.
That armor that they gave us is no better than what I have. I should have been a little bit more specific, I guess.
We can make use of the materials nonetheless.
That
Put
was...
it into the bag. As I'll plop the bag of holding onto the table.
With a solid thunk as it hits the table. Oh, and before I forget, we can figure some permissions here for the final thing that I'm creating for you here. Just if everyone and anyone forgets, this would be the other thing that you created, Rin.
Ah,
Neat. Well, so we have supplies. We have done our collective business. Shall we talk to the Inquisitor and head out then?
in a moment.
Did we figure out what
As
that
I
is?
said, getting the leg bracers
Yeah.
prepared for Dagny.
Yes. Now, granted, this requires attunement, and if I'm not mistaken, attunement takes quite a bit of time.
Attunement takes
So-
a minute. Unattuning takes an hour. I'm
see.
pretty sure.
I thought it was just an hour flat either way.
I thought it was
It
just
was a little bit longer than that. Hold on a second.
every rule that I've done. It's always been like 1 minute to attune, fucking an hour to unattune. But I obviously could be wrong.
No, that sounds a little too generous. Let me double check one thing. Just give me a second. I'm gonna check the official rules on attunement.
Becoming attuned, wonders items, blah blah blah.
In order to attune, you take a short rest focused only on that object. Nope, that's...
So you're basically sacrificing a short rest to spend that entire hour focusing on the item to become attuned to it. So it's 1 hour of effectively unabated concentration on the item.
Yeah.
I
sounds
wonder, can I help them attune?
No, not really. This is
Oh,
something that has to
okay.
be. It's a magic. It's a connection between the person and the object. It's you just standing next to them is not really going to change anything.
Well, I wasn't just going to be standing next to them. I was going to try and weave the magic of the bracers to kind of connect. With,
That's not really how it works in terms of attunement.
Okay, yeah. Fuck
Yeah,
you
it's
then.
just use a short rest just for that item, basically.
Yeah, so you'll have to take some time to do that, but it seems
Yeah.
as though time is getting short. And you would know it's getting to be late morning, almost midday at this point. Daylight is burning,
Yeah.
for reference.
And the cart rides usually take like an hour or so to get to the walls anyway, don't they?
To get from here towards the... you're going north this time around, if I'm not mistaken. Now, the distance from here to the northern walls is considerably shorter than from other areas you've entered Highshire from. So, to ballpark it, about an hour, maybe an hour and a half tops.
Okay, so we'll secure a ride and she can attune to it on the way.
Yes.
Okay,
Exactly.
we'll do that.
Quejon.
On second thought, the bonding process might take some time. You'll have to wait. It's best until we secure a cart.
DM,
Yes.
how much money's worth of spare materials was given?
Oh, the scrap metal that was in there?
Yeah.
It's
Just so I have an
mostly used loose scrap that may have come from a forge or something like that. You imagine it can't be worth any more than maybe 15 to 20 gold, ballpark.
That's still a good amount.
Closer to 20 maybe, depending on the seller.
Hey, Jem,
What?
you know what I'm gonna do with this scrap?
What?
I'm gonna make caltrops.
Okay. That doesn't affect me.
But yeah, we just shovel all the shit into the bag of holding.
Yep.
Did we get that bow identified as well?
Mm-mm. Just don't
Yeah, we
want to
can
waste
just do that on
another...
the card. It's fine.
Yeah.
Let us
Right.
inform the Inquisitor and depart.
Yep.
We could just leave a
Yes.
message with the reception. They should get it to them rather quickly.
All right. So I assume everyone is wrapping up their things,
Yep.
heading out of the room, and seeking to find Dakota in order to gain some closure on the next course of action.
Yep.
You would do so. And off into the riffraff of the halls you would go. And you would spend a good 10 or so minutes kind of peering around different areas, trying to check her usual spots, but she appears to be nowhere to seen. There is a adjoining Inquisitor who is walking by that you are able to flag down, and you would ask Akoda's whereabouts, and she would respond, Akoda, I don't have a current tab on her. Last I checked, somewhat recently, earlier in the morning, she had left the hall in quite a hurry. Couldn't tell you for what reason, but it doesn't look like she has come back. At least from what I know.
Did she say to what purpose she was suddenly rushing out?
If she did, it wasn't to me, I'm afraid. However, if you have information for an official inquisitorial manner, I can take it down and leave it on her desk.
We were just going to inform her that we were going to carry out our mission northwards.
The mission, I'm going to assume she knows what that means.
Yes.
Yeah.
If not, then we're heading north to go investigate stuff. That she should know.
Northbound. I understand. I'll have some parchment placed onto her desk, and hopefully she'll have a good understanding for what you mean by that. It's not my place to peer into your file. In any case, is that all?
Seems so.
Yes.
Let us move.
And off you go.
Adventure!
We wasted enough time with shenanigans.
I didn't even do anything!
It's all your fault.
It's all my fault. Fucking reject, fucking guard bullshit, fucking ragged, fucking.
Muttering to yourselves, to varying degrees, you would get a ride from an inquisitorial carriage that is just outside of the hall to get quick passage up to where you wish to go.
Yeah. And if this ride is obviously going to take the time, then when I'll prepare the bracers and attach them and fit them to Dagny and allow her to bond to it.
You would take the time to fit these bracers onto Dagny and demonstrating the assembly and disassembly, how they would fit and adjust, and you would get them on securely, demonstrating the contact points and how this device is able to connect with and respond to her intent of movement. And you would give the rundown to Dagny, and you would spend the next hour in the cart, Dagny, honing your attunement and becoming familiar with this device, as it is effectively your new mode of transportation, more or less. And as you spend some time trying to stand wobbly in the cart, given this is a cart ride, you can't tell if you're wobbling because you haven't mastered the responsiveness, or if this is just a bumpy cart and it's naturally going to do that to you. But over time, you kind of get your sea legs for things, take a few steps, and every step after the previous seems to be a little more sturdy. And over the course of the next hours, you continue this, you would feel stronger and stronger, to the point where this can firmly place itself onto the ground, and you can put your weight on it with such an ease and flow that you really don't even feel like you need your cane anymore. You try it out with a couple of steps, and it's almost like the cane is holding you back. You feel great. This is wholly supporting you and augmenting your intent of movement, and for the first time in a long time, you just don't feel ailed by anything. You have this air of just sheer joy, feeling like you could go anywhere with these.
This is the best I've been able to walk in a long time.
Good.
She just kind of looks at Rin all misty-eyed. You have no idea how much this means to me.
Well, your thanks are unneeded. Nonetheless, if you encounter any problems or they need adjustments, do let me know.
Okay.
And over the course of this hour, is anyone else doing anything of importance?
No, not particularly.
Dubbo.
Debo.
Dubbo.
Oh yeah, Debo. We
Dubbo.
will identify Debo.
Debo. All right. I presume you are ritual casting. I identify on the
Yeah.
bow. All right. And that you would. And the latent magic within the strings of this bow would become known to you as you properly identify it. And this official bow is known as the Bow of the Hunt. I'll have the item card for you in a moment. But effectively, when making a attack against a creature that is a beast, it has advantage.
Oh.
It's actually really good.
That's That's a +5, essentially. Damn.
So Mirks, I have a question.
What?
Have you ever felt like hunting large beasts?
I've never done it before, but the dwarf said that it shouldn't miss anything that has 4 legs and is fuzzy.
Well,
If I recall, didn't old boss say that you attempted to wrestle with a deer back when we were still on the boat?
Again, that does sound like me. I don't remember it,
Well-
but that does sound like me.
if we have to fight any beasts out there, which I have no doubt we will, I highly advise you use this over everything else in your arsenal.
Okay. I'm fine with it. What does it do?
Makes you a lot more accurate. Think of it as entering a zen for hunting beasts in particular. The bow will help you strike true better than any normal weapon could.
I was looking on expanding my arsenal past javelin range, so...
Plus, a long-range option is never a bad thing.
That was my thoughts. If I couldn't use it for whatever it did, I was just going to shoot it anyways.
Well, it's a magical bow normally, and is a very nice bow against animals. So, hunting expeditions will be quite fun, I'm sure.
I mean, if we need meat on the travel, I guess I could just shoot a seagull or two.
But it has no detrimental effects unlike some of the other items we've identified, so that's good.
Oh. So magic isn't nothing but bad. Good! That's at least something.
Yeah, magic is weird, but not always bad.
But, dwarvish man named Huggin, was it? Was it Huggin?
Huglin.
Huglin. Dwarvish man, Huglin, coughed a lot, or burped a lot, rather. He was cool. That's where I got that from. I didn't get the shop name. Shit.
You ran right in.
Well, I'm sure we'll be able to find him again, and if he's around here, maybe he'll have something else useful. Who knows?
I
Found
did
us.
want to question you all. If you had any information beyond what the Inquisition has told us of this Portia Palethrope.
I have no idea who it is.
The one that's part of the human trafficking ring, Merrick's.
I remember that, but other than that, no information whatsoever.
Can I roll for it, or is this just a case of if I know something, I know something?
What are you exactly rolling to get out of this here?
Well, I haven't lived here as long as some people, but I have been here a bit, just to see if the name has come up in conversations at any point, or around me or anything like that, basically.
All right. You can roll history.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm questioning the group, see if they know something the Inquisition didn't.
No.
All
The
right,
name wouldn't ring any bells for you, Garrick.
Jacket.
No, nothing.
For the love of all that is holy, there is a thing that either says private to GM, blind GM roll, or self roll, or whatever it says. Click on that right now.
I don't know. I feel like the more it annoys you, the more I want to keep.
I will
trying.
kick your fucking ass.
I can
Good
see
shit.
all.
I know you can. That's why it's not an issue for
Look,
you.
the only person who needs to see it is the DM, and the DM can see it.
I
fine.
don't get. I am the eyes that are looking at the screen for everybody. If I
Fair.
cannot see it, it is annoying. It's
You know,
annoying
he's
to
got a
me.
point. He's got
You
a
know
point.
what? You know what, Jem? That sounds rough, buddy.
I am the eyes for at least 40 people occasionally.
God.
Okay,
I know,
moving on.
but I'm not
Okay,
any of those 40
moving on.
people.
Moving
In
on,
any case.
moving on.
We're gonna move on, believe it or not.
You son of a
Gosh. Anyways, rough cut. Are there any further actions within this carriage from any party members over the next hour?
I want to keep an eye out of the windows while listening for the answers to my query. I'm also having Seeker just up in the air above us, looking around. I'm looking for that fucking cart that Portia Palenthorpe, or is it Palethorpe?
Palethorpe.
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 Now, that cart in particular was pretty nondescript from your average cart going through the interior and Highshire Kingdom at large, but you can go ahead and roll perception by a seeker.
Just fucking have him go underneath all the carts. If you see a lady, that's probably her.
Yeah. Ooh, bad roll.
You'd keep an eye out. Regrettably, none of the carriages, carts, or anything of the sort would strike you as familiar.
Does that bow need attuning? Because if that's the case, I'm going to attune to it.
It does not
does
need
not.
attunement.
Okay.
It would have. I would have put it down on the little card.
All right, just making sure.
I am gonna try and finish Fireside Techniques.
Okay. Oh, you're spending the hour attuning to your bracers, so that is going to take your time here. It is roughly an hour's travel.
Okay.
So you'll be finishing up on that by the time you would all reach the edge wall.
Oh, I know what I would be doing. I'd be looking for notable shops and just marking them in my memory.
Okay. Roll perception.
Just anything that could possibly help, even 20. Not nat, 30.
Unnatural 20.
Dirty 20.
Yeah.
Filthy.
Dirty little 20. Filthy.
Basically just making a mental note, writing down names and general, like, street that we went down to get there.
Towards this northern end, there is a pretty large-scale smithing shop, it would seem, with a few tables inside that have a large array of swords and similar metal-based equipment, from various types of pauldrons to bracers, belts, fasteners, long swords, short swords, daggers of a wide variety of different makes. And it's unclear just at face value based on the sheer diversity of materials used, if they're all made here or if they've been imported and perhaps tweaked / reworked in this shop. It's quite large. And there's definitely a good crowd that's going in and out. You imagine sales are high given people wish to protect themselves.
Question.
And yes,
Where the fuck did the notes go in this? I know you put them in the Discord as well, but I wouldn't mind them being here as well. So it's not.
It's
So it
under
doesn't get
intelligence.
lost.
No, it's under
it was previously under intelligence, but I got rid of that in lieu of favoring Discord.
Okay.
Yeah, if you want to write something down in the quote-unquote notes, just use Discord for it, because you'll be able to access that at any time. That was a good point, because you can only access these notes while playing, and that's not too great.
yeah.
But if you really want them back, I can do something later. In any case, you would continue forward, and the northern wall would come into view. And as this wall would become more and more apparent, there's very clear magical scoring of some kind on various parts of the wall, as if something of a very strong magical prowess was definitely trying to assault the stone of the wall here. You can see it's strained, cracked, and almost looks like it's disintegrated at some various parts of it. There's scorch marks and similar pock marks that just from the look of it, you can tell, didn't necessarily come from physical damage. Although physical damage is present along other spots, there's definitely been some clear evidence of strife here as you would get closer. And there is a northern gate, which seems to have a higher concentration of the Shire Guard, who are manning the cannons and going about their duties, patrolling the walls and keeping a sharp eye out on anything that may come from the immediate mountain range that is directly north of Highshire's territory, housing the Great Ring overarching the rest of the kingdom. And you'd approach, making it to the gates. Shire Guard would usher you in, recognizing your patrol, and the carriage would come to a halt at the main gate. And given that you've arrived at your destination, this appears to be as far as the carriage is going to go. You would disembark, and the sturdy, hastily reinforced gates would slowly open up as two Shire Guard would struggle to open this. And the mouth to the outside world lay before you.
This is the first time that we are leaving, or second time we are leaving unaccompanied. First time remembering it.
Yeah.
Well, let's hope we remember it on the way back, too.
Yes.
Well, I guess we should get going.
Yeah.
And I'll take a step out.
Yes.
All right.
Oh,
And-
Garrett,
Yes.
arrows. I don't have any.
See, this is why I asked.
You.
Whenever we take a break, I'll make you some.
That's kind of what I figured would happen. But until then, yeah.
This is why I asked for scrap.
All right. I presume everyone is heading out?
Yes.
Outward you would go. As you exit through the gate, many of the Shire Guard are lining up and giving a form of salute and a nod, acknowledging the trek you're about to embark, as several signs of respect are collectively displayed to you cartographers as you step through this very heavy gate, through the wall, still standing, even though damaged, into the outside world you would trek.
Oh, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Dagny,
Yes?
thank you.
For what?
This morning.
Well, didn't want you to get caught off guard. It didn't seem like you had finished what you were able to last night.
Just gives a bit of a nod.
Did you manage to?
Yeah, I think so.
Good. Good.
So, I do have one other question. What do we think we're going to find?
A giant white rock.
Well, something's there. It's up to us to find out.
Huh, I don't think we're supposed to see that.
Nope.
Oh. Whoops.
That's a lot of things
these
to see.
these are random events. I guess I was doing public rolls.
Yes.
You were.
All right. Well, that didn't happen.
Don't think
What,
about
what was that, huh?
I didn't see it at all. Don't
I guess
worry.
I'll roll some new ones.
Yeah.
I
To
didn't.
be fair, I
read it.
didn't read what any of those were anyway, so.
Wait, I have a question. That little back and forth with Dagny, were you like whispering that or you talking about that out loud? For everybody.
I have the subtlety of a sledgehammer, what do you think?
Okay.
I really, God, you can't see those, can you?
No.
No.
No. All right.
Yeah, I'm not making secret of that conversation, especially since we're, like, outside of the walls now.
Question, Garrock?
Yes.
Are we all going to be privy to that knowledge of whatever happened when you are doing with the stone?
Maybe when we're a days away from here.
I don't
It's
think anybody
nothing
has
bad.
super healing back there.
No, but best to be sure.
Fair enough.
Eyes are on us. Eyes and ears are on us now.
Well, but about that, what you were going to see, definitely White Rock.
Hmm. Part of me thinks it's going to be some Heliostone.
I don't think so.
A more darker part of my mind thinks it might be an egg.
I don't think an egg can fall out of the sky that hard.
If it had a thick shell, perhaps.
I mean, unless the baby wants to be scrambled to hell and back, I don't think it's going to work.
And to be fair, if it came from the sky and beyond, it doesn't really have to follow normal convention either.
You're not wrong, but I would prefer not to have to deal with a giant
I would prefer it to be
egg.
normal rock, too. Who knows, maybe we'll get lucky and it'll be a giant pearl.
I mean, you got the pearl that you needed, did you not? It works.
Yes. But it would be, I believe the term is ironic.
I mean, I didn't
Pearl?
pay for it, so...
Pearl? What pearl?
Oh, I found a pearl that apparently does magics.
Really?
I'll just hold it up for Dagny to look at.
You would see it. Has this jarring looking appearance to it.
It's
I
not
mean, it's
exactly
weird.
a normal pearl, but it does
What
the
did
job.
what did the shopkeeper tell you?
They know a lot more than I do, but the shopkeeper told me, spell go in, bigger spell go out.
Did it seem like he made it, or it was commissioned by someone?
Said he got it from a man that was big, burly, had 3 eyes, that was lazy.
Yeah, and you would recall, Mayarks, that the way that he was describing these, that the folks or person that had given this to him seemed to be heavily invested in some sort of genetic modification.
That part I'm omitting for the sake of not giving Rin more ammunition.
Okay.
Okay.
He mentions a man with 3 eyes. Does I'm kind of imagining like 2 eyes forward, 1 eye in the middle. Does it seem
This
like
has
that's
an extra
associated
eye
with
on each
anything or anybody? Have I heard of that before?
Roll history to call upon anything that you may have read in your time at home.
I didn't get the
11.
shop name, but we should totally head there in the future.
The only thing that really would even vaguely come to mind would be the tales of insane wizards who had gone too far beyond their moral boundaries and had, in a sense, mutated themselves. Not so much having 3 eyes, but a central eye would appear in their forehead, and it would eventually overtake most of their head until the original eyes would shrivel to nothing, typically associated by other horrific mutilation on their bodies and psychosis. You're not sure if someone like that would be well on their way to a sort of transformation. Maybe they would be a little less lucid and not able to sell an item to a shop like that. Either way, it doesn't leave a good taste in your mouth entertaining that idea.
Wizard on the edge of lunacy, it seems.
Given where we are and where everyone is, that's not surprising.
Be very careful with that.
Also got this
We've-
bow.
Yes. With this pearl, we've been able to identify everything now, including the pearl itself, so it
Right.
seems safe for the time being.
Let's hope it stays that way.
Oh, no, I'm just happy that I finally got you what you wanted. That's the second time it was on the requisition list and it just didn't happen.
Supplies are running low in Highshire.
That is why I wasn't angry at anybody. I just was angry at the world. Just shaking his fist in the air.
If the Highshire can't get it for us, then it's up to us to find it for ourselves.
And that is what I did.
And you did quite well.
Compliments don't suit you very well, to be honest.
I'm working on it.
You're doing well, it's just... You gotta put a little bit more grease on it, you know?
Maybe you can teach me.
You definitely don't want that.
That is a conversation I would love to hear happily, actually.
Like, I'm not used to talking to people. The only people I ever really talked to was my brothers, my stepsisters, my stepmother, and my father.
Have you ever been under the work of a nobleman?
Not really. I was sequestered in my room because of my condition before I became a cartographer.
Fair enough.
What nobleman are you speaking of?
One named Strauss. He was the one that was super cautious with the orb before, but
The one we first spoke to.
yeah, I was under him. He's a dick.
Do I ever remember my father or mother ever mentioning Strauss before?
You would recall a couple of names that your father had listed, mostly in a passive, disregarding tone about the snobs of the interior. It seems like he kind of had a chip on his shoulder for those who lived within what he, in his own words, was the hoity-toity high life. But Strauss would be one of them. From what you know, he hasn't innately done anything that is bad. It's just that perhaps he has this aristocratic nature to him that your father actively disliked.
I remember my father mentioning him in passing.
Was
not-
it good? I don't think it was.
Just he mentioned Strauss being one of those who live the hoity-toity high life, as he so lovingly said.
Are you my
But-
father? Are you related to my father?
Are you my
Are you?
father?
That was.
Are
a
you my
mistake.
dad?
Are you? Do you know my father? Because that sounds exactly.
are the father.
That sounds exactly
Sorry.
what he would say.
I doubt I've been related to the Ballasmiths at all. We might be distant cousins, but I can't say for certain.
I doubt we're distant cousins. Not blonde. Yeah, everybody in your family that color? I'm assuming so.
As far as I can tell, yes.
Wait until they discover me and Rin are actually brothers.
Ooh.
No.
That was in character. It's just, I've learned to brown nose so well just trying to stay out of trouble from him, specifically.
Of course, that's to be expected from a guard reject.
Excuse me?
I mean, you mentioned it before, did you not?
I was not exactly a reject. I got taken into cartographers.
But you attempted to be a part of the Shire Guard first, correct?
That's what I was training to do.
So, what made you change your mind?
Being taken by force to be a cartographer.
By
I
who?
didn't change my mind. I was recruited.
So, while this conversation takes a very awkward turn, by the way, could I just keep a general eye out and just basically landmark spot as we go along?
Yeah, now you're having this conversation as you're heading due north, and the nature of the landscape. There's a significant mountain range that hugs Highshire in a semicircular way. This is also the same mountain structure that houses the Great Ring that's directly adjacent to the kingdom. And you'd be taking a more westbound offshoot. You have to climb some hilly terrain for a great deal. It's quite taxing in order to get to the upper regions to pass over and then northward. So while everyone is in transit here, everyone may roll perception.
Yeah, I want to help Seeker.
I have
God.
that
Hey,
binocular thing still. Does that give me advantage?
Just roll
The
straight.
scout-
I'll
the spy
factor it
class,
in
so,
as a DC lower.
Okay.
oh, I did want to
Jesus.
say, I'm helping.
I can add a
as-
D4 to that if you want.
I don't think it's necessary.
Oh, I want to see.
You
if I
got
get
it.
30. Hold on.
It won't even hit 30.
Nah.
27.
Shame. But anyway.
You all would move up this very steep incline to get towards the highest reaches of the mountaintops that are scraping the skies above Highshire's homeland. And it would take a good 2 or so hours of travel as you move forward, leaving the Outlands, passing through an array of different abodes, holds, and similar places that you had once taken shelter of before, of course, that very place flew away.
Bitch.
I don't know why it's taken so long for this to load for everybody, but
Here we are.
to the top of this mountain range you would eventually get to. And there's a surprisingly peaceful journey for a land that's supposed to be the forefront for constant strife. It's almost eerie how nice of a climb you have despite the physical labor. You would arrive at the peak of this very hilly, cliff-like terrain. And this is the tallest of an elevation you've been relative to Highshire. And you can see directly east is the Great Ring. And from this close of a distance, you can see the shimmer of the heliostone that is writhing with this auric energy. It looks like there's some stored resonance that the stone kept even after the field of aura that washed over Highshire's land receded. What that may mean, you're not entirely certain. And as for Garrick and Seeker, Seeker would be the first to zoom up to get a head start of a view. A view north that you've never really gotten before, given that these mountains always blocked your view. And as you would crest these hills, riding along these very treacherous cliff faces, finding some ground along what at one point was a small series of what might have been residences, holds. It's an old passage from times lost. You would get a view northward. And as soon as you do, you're filled with a sense of wonder as your perception of this world instantly expands to its true size. And you would see northward for miles. There's similar arcs that would continue north. They're not as pronounced as the main arcing ring that overlooks the rest of the kingdom, but the formations are there, and they all seem to follow a pattern, a channel that continues to the far north. It would descend from these mountains and would go down into relatively flat lands that would continuously become hilly the further receding to the north they get. And the farthest peaks out to the very, very edges of what you can see before the atmosphere and mists overtake them is some iridescent shines that would break through those mists, as you can see glimmers. At first, you're not really sure what they are. Perhaps there's some sort of auric energy, but as you would look into this further, and Garrick, you especially with this spyglass you have, and Seeker with its focus, trying to see as best it can, you would both get a particularly clear view as the weather is favorable, and you would see these faint mountains that have these beautiful glimmers. It's stone that's almost like crystal, that's reflecting a series of colors, an entire mountain that's coated in this iridescent red that reflects the sunlight in just the right way. Adjoining is a series of other mountain peaks that reflect all the same yellow, blue, green, the whole spectrum of color. And this refraction of light in every color you can imagine to the edges of the far north would be quite the spectacle, and you would almost stop in your tracks to see this for the first time. No doubt that must be the chromatic mountains that Akoda had mentioned was the farthest reaches for which the cartographer patrols that are still responding were able to reach. Far lands no longer tread by men. And with your continued good checks, you would see a curious pattern in the land. There's little veins that seem to channel in between the hills that would rise to eventually become these mountains. And these channels are curious. They appear to be almost sand-like, or at least have this crag to them, where the green flourishing of life among the valleys suddenly is cut short with desolation. It's as if there was this channel that goes through, and anything caught in this vein would have died out and become almost this bad land-like crevice. It's like a series of veins that creep from the lowest points of the mountains, and they coalesce to the farthest regions of the northeast. And you would see the faint but very pronounced visage of an enormous, wondrous pillar that goes straight up into the clouds and beyond. It's huge. From this distance, you can only suspect that that pillar dwarfs the Pillar of Commandments several fold. And Rin, you looking through Seeker would get a good look at this, staring it down, and you're panning through all of the chromatic mountains out there, and your perception through Seeker would lock up as your eyes would fall onto this pillar. It seems to be the point of coalescing between all of those Badland veins. And there's something about it that just grips you. Make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh!
Oh no.
That's off to a good start.
Oh.
Oh, shit.
You feel your knees weaken as you just manage to stop yourself. You manage the sturdiness of the suit that you're wearing prevents you from falling to your knees. But you feel your mind go blank as this fixation on this far pillar only intensifies. Quite odd. A bit visceral of a reaction, even for something as mystifying as this. As for most of everyone else, you would see this too as a distant landmark, would acknowledge its significance and prowess among the horizon, but aren't quite as taxed as Rin, as you would take in everything for the first time, and you truly get a grasp for how vast and wonderful this world truly can be.
Yeah, so my knees nearly pretty much just buckle out of nowhere just looking at it.
Yes.
Ow.
Do you fall to your knees, or?
No. He stops as his legs would cease for a moment, and you're all kind of stopping as you're on top of this hill, taking in the far northern landscapes and everything that goes with it. But Rin especially almost seems sickened in a sense.
Rin? Are you alright?
I'm fine.
Is it the pressure of this mountain?
No. It's nothing.
Yeah, it's not nothing, Dagny.
I'm just tossing an insight. Just
There's something that's definitely bothering Rin. From within the confines of his suit, getting details is difficult, but you can tell that he's definitely taxed by a thought that he perhaps has. There's not really much trouble to see out here as far as you can tell, and you're still getting over your own bewilderment of seeing all of this land Helios has for the first time, but even still, his reaction seems almost inappropriate.
I'm gonna come up to his side and kind of touch his arm. Something's bothering you. What is it?
As I said, it's nothing.
Don't lie to
Let's
me.
continue.
You saw something. There's
Is
a
it-
thought running through your mind.
if he doesn't want to speak on it, I wouldn't fry him. It is fine.
Being up this high does present one with a fault, though.
What?
I don't know. Maybe it's just my weird view on everything. But standing up here makes it almost seem like we're standing on top of some sort of inexplicable giant being. The
Does it
things
feel
down
that way?
there are like veins. I would have it a guess that the mountains represent something upon its body. I don't know.
Or it's just a
Weird
rock.
fault. Yes, it could just be that too, but given how many weird things goes on here, it's worth considering.
Either way, that structure seems like a point of interest.
Oh yes.
I mean, we could go look at it if you want. But
Well,
we do have other matters to attend to, though.
Well, our
Me
job is to
too.
go north, so
It's on the way, so.
It is. Yeah, you would take a look at the road that you have ahead, and as you survey all of the mountain range that lay before you, and I'll explain in slightly greater detail, another arcing ring that's roughly the same size as the great ring that overlooks Highshire would lie directly north, almost as if the ring above Highshire and this faint one are in direct alignment with one another. And that mountain, or that ring, is just among the start of these chromatic mountains. And you can see that this mountain range is going to be very difficult to traverse, even under the best of circumstances. Following these dried out veins that line this pillar, this spire that's going up into the sky, you definitely can make it as a stop on the way. It's off towards the east, but not by a large margin.
Just
And
to
it-
clarify, it was the spire thing. When I looked at it for Seeker, it gave me that oof.
Yes.
well, it's our job, regardless, to find out as much as possible. So, a slight detour is always worth it, I think.
That
Not
is
even
up to
too
you.
far off the beaten path.
I'm not very good at traveling through this, so it's up to you.
Yeah, it would be a small version of a scenic route, really. And we're out here to see everything anyway.
We're losing daylight. If we're going, let's go.
Yes.
So are we all in agreement to head towards the tower then?
I have no
Yes.
qualms.
Alright then. Well, let's go that direction. Just gotta get down this mountain first.
Jumping seems like a
Alright.
poor idea, but that is my first idea.
It's a very poor idea.
Watching
Plus-
Gabron do it was kind of entertaining the first time, but you weren't there for that.
Also, B-Man,
Yes.
I did want to ask, throughout our journey thus far, I am taking a glance at Dagny, specifically the new bracers, and seeing how her movements and the device is faring thus far, because this is its very first fucking field test.
Checking out
You
her
would
legs.
see that this is working wonderfully. And Dagny, I presume you ditched your cane?
She kind of has it sheathed in part of her belt on her robes.
Yeah, you would see that Dagny is no longer using the cane that she's so outwardly dependent on to get from point A to point B. You imagine you probably would have been a good 20 to 30 minutes behind on your trek to get to the top of this mountain had you not augmented Dagny's legs like this. But now that you have, she is able to keep up with everyone, so much so that she actually could potentially outpace everybody, which she almost does a couple of times because she still doesn't know her own newfound strength. This device you've built for her is a revelationary success.
Good. Yeah, that's it.
And forward, everybody would continue.
I really want to go to the spooky tower. Gonna have to. Fuck.
Talk about how the tower made you feel. We won't go towards it. But no.
Yeah, feelings.
See, there's this thing called pride.
Well,
Fuck your pride.
That
Everybody
sounds
would-
like a you problem.
You would continue forward and would begin descending as you're at the top of this mountain range, cradling Highshire as you descend into the northern lands unabated. Continue.
There was
ahead.
one other thing I wanted to do while I'm there that I forgot to mention. Do we see
Yep.
any of the star craters from here?
So you would look back before it's out of sight at Highshire. From this height, you've never quite seen Highshire so small. It's always seemed quite large and taxing to get from point A to point B within a single bound, but looking back at it now, on top of this mountain, cradled among this mountain range and sprawling these green valleys out to the sea from whence you came, it just seems so much more insignificant than it did from within. As these land formations tower so far over Highshire, you can't help but feel like everything that humanity has survived off of for all these years is nothing more than a tiny pen they've sequestered away in a quiet corner of a boundless world. And it's equal parts awe-inspiring and almost dread-inducing.
So about his question.
Yeah, sorry. I totally forgot what you asked.
Do we see any of the star craters or like the impact sites from here? Well, that was a lovely description that
Yeah.
did not help me at
No,
all.
I did intend to go over that anyways, but you would take a good look, and we're going off your previous perception rolls, and there's no perceivable craters anywhere to be seen.
Okay.
Yes.
Well.
Whatever.
Fine.
I get
was a
lost
nice
in my own.
description.
I get lost in my own words sometimes, I suppose. But yeah, no, nothing to be seen.
Okay.
Forward, you would continue.
To the pillar.
To the pillar.
As you would descend down this mountain range and would begin moving among the increasingly hilly terrain, still marked by more minor arcs that are a bit more rocky than they are of actual heliostone, unlike the larger ones. There's a higher concentration of floating rocks around here, but even still, they're still pretty sparse. You'll see them dotting the landscape whenever the clouds part in certain ways. It seems as though they like to float among them. And it would be another hour's travel. It's getting into mid-afternoon at this point, and there's some on and off rain that is dotting the landscape. And this particular patch it's a bit of a vein that goes through a few hilly, cliff-like segments, seems to be freshly christened by a passing rainstorm, as there are puddles and streams everywhere. And I'll say, as you're continuing onwards, you notice that there is an unusual rippling going on with these puddles. What's the marching order? Who's taking point?
I'm pretty sure it's gonna be like the same as last time, where it's Garrock, me, Dagny, Ridden.
Okay.
Right?
Since there's 4 of us, shouldn't it be kind of more of an arrow formation?
I suppose, but like, for terms of D&D, I guess it'd probably be like that, right?
Yeah.
Essentially,
Like, I imagine there's not a we're not marching.
We're
in
not.
A line.
There's also not a huge amount of fucking distance between us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
We're 4
that's
people
the
traveling
rough
in a group.
formation.
Like we're within 5 to 10 feet of each other.
I can poke Dagny and annoy her if I wanted to.
Off you would go. And for our forerunners at the front of the party, it doesn't necessarily matter who. You would notice this rippling become increasingly volatile the further you step north. And I'm going to say, I'll just go off of previous perception checks. Garrick and Rin, you would notice this first. There would be a particular smaller puddle, and you would see a coalescing of rings. Typically, rings and bodies of water would start from their point of origin and would expand outwards. Not this one. This one starts at the edges and they coalesce on a certain point towards the center, and then you see a single droplet of water emerge up outwards from the puddle and would quickly rise up into the sky just as quickly as the rain came down.
Would it be to figure out what this phenomena is?
You're just trying to make sense of it at face value?
Yeah, like to maybe figure out a hint or two about why the water's going up instead of down.
Why do the
Roll
rain go
intelligence.
up?
I mean, we can have a fun little stab at this. Let's see.
Jesus.
19.
You would put a hand to your chin, contemplating it, and in a moment's worth of thought, you spot a drop of dew that is rolling down your wrist before it too would stop in the middle of its trail that it's creating along your arm. It would hold there for just a second, bead upwards, and then leave your wrist flowing upwards at a accelerated rate, just as quick as though it were coming down. And you would notice, and everyone would pick up on this, it's more or less happening everywhere. Within the blades of grass, within the puddles, the moisture that has soaked into your clothes. You can see there is this reverse rainfall taking place. And Garrick, you making the good intelligence check, you would notice that you are passing along the channel that would mark one great ring to another, from the one over Highshire to the one at the mouth of the Chromatic Mountains. And you would make the connection that within this channel from one ring to another, there must be some form of anomaly that's affecting the weather or the water, something in the way it's creating this miraculous effect, as it is raining in reverse here within this channel.
That's not normal.
It seems magic, or at least whatever forces that be from one ring to another, don't always agree on things.
Like a vein.
If we've managed to find another in-between between two other rings, I'd be interested to see if the result is the same.
Dagny's gonna take cautionary measure and cast mage armor on herself.
You would do so as your arcane armor would shimmer along your body, granting you further protection.
I don't think it's necessarily dangerous unless we start going up.
Well, I'm taking the necessary precautions. You can do what you like.
I'm gonna spit.
You would spit, and it would angle downwards for a ways. Your spit wad would glide against the ground, accumulating some grit as part of it would settle on the ground. The top half would continue almost straight, before it dances between various blades of grass, and you can see a large wad of water among the reverse rainfall rise with it. You imagine that part of your spit is rising.
You know, skipping stones is one thing, but skipping spit is another.
Ew.
I was just testing it. If my spit, I was making sure our bodies wouldn't go up, or whatever he said. And if my spit go up, we might go up. Spit went up.
I think if we weighed as much as a fly, then it could be an issue, but I think we'll be okay.
I'm pretty sure we'll be okay, but that's still worrying that even my spit went up. Or
Yes,
what I think
but
is my
as long
spit.
as we don't hang around, we should be fine.
Let's go a little bit faster. Let's not camp inside of this area of hell.
I don't know, part of me wants to see what happens when a wet tent flies away.
I do not want any more of my equipment going to space.
I like the fact that that's a thing that you have to be concerned about.
I don't like the fact that that's a thing I have to be concerned about.
But anyway, yes, we're continuing going, don't worry.
One more round of perception rolls from everyone as you're continuing northward and a bit east as you continue to do so, and this enormous pillar and its associated veins of Badlands come further into view. Although obfuscated, you've lost your vantage point and you're moving between mountains, so it's fleeting glimpses.
16 from me, 22 from Rin, 24 from Garrock, and then 8 from Dagny. There's another thing
Dagny's
that I wanted to do, though.
All right,
while
you may
we're
speak.
traveling, just like a small piece of rag, I'm gonna soak it and basically just keep it on my shoulder, seeing if it goes up with the rag as well.
You would soak a rag with some nearby moisture, like a puddle, and you would toss it up, and it kind of hangs in the air for maybe a little bit longer, and would eventually fall back down. As you can see, there are beads of water that it drips off as it descends, and those beads slow their descent, hang in suspended animation, and after a couple of seconds would begin falling upwards.
Seems this rain is only affected by liquids.
Is there
Not
anything
solids.
above us that we should be worried about? Like, is there a massive mouth just sucking?
Well, with your good perception rolls, and I'll speak on behalf of the party at large, now that you're looking up, being in the channel between rings, you can see there's a visible distortion effect that's in the air being here. It's almost as if, for those who are arcanely inclined, it's almost reminiscent of the magical runoff that lasts off the tips of your fingers after casting a mightier spell. It's like there is this ember fallout that's existing in a channel between these rings. And with the good checks, you see the occasional glimmer of auric energy, as there's still the occasional stream that travels from the north southbound, as it appears as though there is remnant auric traces in the air. And this distortion, you're not quite sure what it means, but it wouldn't be far to assume it may be connected to the auric flare-up from days previous.
Lingering magic.
Like it's trying to dissipate itself.
Call it a wild theory, but I imagine there's only so much energy the land can absorb, and the rest just kind of has to wait its turn.
Yeah.
Was the massive boom it trying to absorb it all at once, and that's why everything kind of came to life and got angry?
That's what it seems like.
I don't know for sure.
Hmm.
What I'm curious about is what caused that in the first place.
Well, it happened after those stars fell, so
More or less
don't know
during.
whether what Helios was reacting to it or if it was the star's energy that caused it.
I'm saying during. It was kind of at the same time.
Maybe it was as simple as the land having too much magic and expelling it somewhat.
Like a fart.
Yes, just like a fart.
Magic
Do
farts.
we need to resort to biological humor when it comes to magic?
It's less humor, more comparison.
I mean, it's not entirely a wrong comparison, if a bit crude.
I don't understand magic. Apologies. That is the best I got.
Yeah, I'm ignoring these idiots and continuing.
Ah, the land, it's like a magical fart.
Rin, you would catch sight of there's this particularly large bird that has these deepened claws. It has this dark red feathers with the occasional streak of black as it would dart among the trees. And there's this one particular tree that would seek to land upon as it would flutter its feathers and would go to contact the branches before several of the branches, just before it lands, would suddenly lash out and would constrict around this tiny bird and would choke the life out of it as you see a mess of leaves and feathers, and this squawking becomes extremely intense, echoing through the valley sides that you're walking through, and everyone would see this as this tree seemingly reactively just killed this bird. And you would look at its roots. It's on top of a crevice, a jutting of rock, and you would see the roots are quivering within place. As you can see, there is some latent magic aura that is running through cracks of the stone, not too dissimilar to the animated stone from before, as this tree would continue to kill the bird.
Right. Stay away from the tree, please.
Let's move around.
Yes.
That's not worrying at all.
Let's see.
Tree choking the shit out of the bird.
It took choking the chicken a bit too fucking seriously.
Okay.
Hello, I'm back.
Welcome back. You missed a tree choking a bird.
Oh, hell yeah!
That's not exactly a hell
Yeah,
yeah.
boy.
It's getting to be late afternoon now, and a bunch of rolling clouds would obfuscate the landscape as you're moving further north. You would exit out of the immediate channel of the Great Rings, and this water phenomenon would come to an end as the now setting sun is gleaming fleeting rays between the occasional break of overcast. And going off of Garrick's good perception roll, you would occasionally bring out the spyglass to try to see what you can with the overcasted weather. And you would watch the clouds begin to roll over, and you would notice a curious anomaly among the motion as these clouds appear to be rolling from the north southbound at a slight angle going a bit westward. There is a sudden churning in the clouds about a few mountain peaks off, maybe a mile, where you see a sudden draft where a bunch of this rolling cloud is suddenly violently shifted to move towards the east against the grain. And as this happens, you can see the darkening of these clouds at the same time. That would almost be like a moving shadow among the overcast as this phenomenon continues.
I have a question.
Yeah.
What causes a rolling cloud to suddenly jerk away from whatever direction it's going and pursue a different direction?
Air currents.
Not like that.
No, more violent than that.
That's magic.
Or a tornado.
Doesn't look like a tornado, I assume.
Nope.
Can I look in the direction he's looking?
You can.
Yeah, like I'll offer over the spyglass and like point it out.
Yeah, I'll take
You
a
were
look.
previously distracted by your newfound mobility and the freedom that you feel, but you would take the spyglass and you would get a good look. As you can see, there is something darkening the clouds, moving among them, that is churning them in a unnatural way against their natural flow towards the south.
You see what I mean?
Yeah, that's magic, alright. Seems druidic in nature from what I can tell.
Hmm. Well, it's getting late. We
How
should
far are we
probably
from the
think
spire?
about camp.
It's still quite far away. You imagine that it's going to take several hours to even get within the strange land that surrounds the immediate area. But you imagine that you're probably going to have to settle down somewhere for the evening because this isn't a trek that you can complete before the sun falls.
I'm gonna start charging the orb.
Well, before you start doing that, we should probably find like at least a clearing or somewhere where so we can at least
Somewhere
set up our
good for
shelters. Yeah.
Can we sleep underneath a floating rock?
Mm.
You continue on, and I'm assuming, Garrick, you're keeping up with the spyglass?
Yeah, either
You
to
would.
like see if anything interesting comes up or to find a good spot to settle down.
There would be a churning in the clouds that would continue as this appears to be a traceable object that continues forward. And there would eventually be a break in the clouds between one cluster towards another. And you eagerly wait as this anomaly is dancing among it, heading towards it. And eventually would reach the break in the clouds as the shadow moves out from the cover of the clouds into the clearing between the two, and with that spyglass you would catch a glimpse of the thing responsible for this anomaly.
Oh!
That looks nice and
Oh.
cuddly and like a crab almost. With
Oh my
crab
god!
I know what Magic the Gathering card this is. Anyway.
Ah!
wings.
Nice.
Huh. Well, it certainly looks predatory.
Well, as long as it's not heading this way.
Well, I don't know where it plans to go, to be honest, but we should probably avoid it anyway.
Agreed.
Clearings would probably be a bad idea for avoiding trying to get seen from the sky. Sleeping near or in the tree would probably be best.
Agreed.
Well, it's a rolling fog cloud, so anything that's like a clearing might be bad. We might want to be in the forest, yeah.
Yeah.
Plus,
Although, the forest seems to be a bit carnivorous here.
I
I'll-
presume you're going to try to look for somewhere safe to settle down for the coming evening.
Yeah.
Yes.
remind me to stab the trees before we put up a hammock.
I mean, if you get sucked on by a tree in the middle of the night,
Yeah, that's not a great idea. Let's look at our options first before you start, unpacking.
Yeah.
Not unpacking.
so
Alright.
yeah, I guess finding a spot.
It would be Seeker's good perception roll that would spot this curiosity among the otherwise natural environment. As you continue on and find a adjoining cliff face on a particularly tall mountain that would provide some semblance of cover. And you find what resembles, once upon a time, may have been an ancient footpath. It's hard to be sure, but you can see there's flattened stones that align something that resembles something to tread from an age long lost. And it would make it easier to follow. Being wary of the trees and other lichen around here and keeping a specific watch out for anything that might be glowing, which there are certain spots along here that certainly are. and it doesn't give you a lot of options. But something interesting would direct your attention, as Seeker would be the first to spot this with a vantage point, is tucked away along this cliff face is a cart. And this cart isn't necessarily dilapidated and ancient. It seems serviceable, as if at least somewhat recently put here.
Something strange.
What?
Seeker has spotted a functioning cart.
Out here.
Yes.
I mean, we aren't past where people have gone before, so it is understandable.
Yes, but a full cart?
Is it full of bullshit, or is it...
Is it?
So, just from this angle, it has like kind of like a half covering. It's like not like an official one that you've seen on the interior, but it's like a very large burlap tarp of sorts. But it seems very sunken in, so you're not sure if there's really anything in it of value. There also does not appear to be any beast of burden at the head. It just is. It's just a cart. But as
the area is worthy of investigation, I would say, just from that.
Right.
Yeah.
As you would get closer and you stay to some cover, keeping a sharp eye out for any signs of life, you would see within the increasingly cast shadow of this mountain that's covering this cart, there is a couple of barrels that you would see that are tucked away. It seem to be almost cast aside and left there, as if its contents had been taken and has been promptly discarded. And you can see the nature of this cart is showing signs of struggle, as there's some definite damage that was done to the sides of this. A few marks from presumably a blade or perhaps a claw are scoring the sides. And based on the compression of grass around this, you imagine recently it could have been used by somebody.
Strange.
Well, I think we should approach it with the idea that somebody might still be here. But look at it nonetheless.
Yeah.
Right.
I presume everyone is getting closer.
Yep.
Yup.
Yep.
Are you doing so stealthily?
I'm
I mean,
gonna hang back a little bit and look for people.
Okay.
I'm not stealthy, so I'll be approaching normally, but it'll probably serve as a distraction.
All right. So the two of you can make perception rolls. Dagny and Rin, how is your approach?
I'm not really quiet, but I'll honestly just getting there and scoping it out
Jesus.
quickly would be
A
better.
nat 20 for 27.
So yeah, I'm approaching quickly, obviously staying away from obvious hazards.
To hang back a bit.
All right. People taking their different angles would get a further scope of things. And Garrick, because you crit, you would notice that along this particular cliff face, there's some signs of aged masonry, half walls and pillars that are overgrown and are tucked away. It's very subtle, but thanks to your keen eye, you're able to pick up on it. And towards a far crevice, as you're getting a better view, you can see there is something of an archway that is obscured by some particularly tall grass and ferns. It almost looks like the mouth of some sort of entryway that goes into the cliff face.
I think I know where the owners of the cart might be.
Shall we go say hello?
Well, sure as shit beats being out here with whatever's in that cloud.
All right. Don't staring at Garrock. If there are people in there, now staring at Rin, please let me speak to them.
Well, by all means, go first then.
And again, same thing. Unless it's a fact, please don't leave it to chance. Just, walking up to it.
All right.
Hiding
You would approach.
any sort of symbols that would, make us known that we're from the city and working for them.
Is everyone taking this action?
I would
Nope.
kind of
Sure.
direct the others to do the same.
Well, I have my badge on the inside of my robe anyway, so
All right.
on
So-
my cloak at least.
Mayarks and Dagny are obfuscating any obvious signs that you're cartographers or even from Highshire. And you would approach the mouth of this seeming entryway, being very careful and taking almost a sidestepper's approach, parting tall grass and peering inside. And you can see that there's definitely an entryway here, a 10-foot opening with a set of stairs that goes downwards and descends into a considerably dark interior. And going off of previous perception checks, you swear that there is the faintest glimmer against the wet stone, that there may be signs of light for the Rin, but it's hard to be certain if this is just the light coming from the setting sun or if it's coming from an actual light source in there. Either way, in order to get any further insight, looks like you'll need to step in.
So, do we want to sneak in, or should I just walk in and see what happens?
I'm going to walk in and see what happens personally, because trying to sneak in someone could see us as trying to rob them.
Can you see in the dark?
I have a torch. I'm not trying to hide my presence.
Just because this place seems a bit wet, I would have a better suggestion. I'm just gonna hand you a javelin and cast light on it.
Are you just taking my javelin, casting light, and giving it back?
Yes,
God damn
and
it.
behold, a better torch. And one you can stab people with.
I don't want a weapon out, would you believe?
Oh please, because a pointy stick seems so out of touch here.
Focus. Stay together. We shall investigate the area. If it is empty, we rest here for the night. If not, we deal with whoever or whatever is down there.
Well, let's go and find out then.
I am gonna go first. Just,
I'm right behind Mayarks.
Okay, so we have Mayarks and Dagny taking up the front, with Rin and Garrock taking up the rear.
Yeah.
Yep, sure.
All right. As you would all carefully step into this ancient archway, into this pathway going into the mountain. I'm just going to give that a second to load.
Ooh.
as Mirak steps in a bear trap and dies instantly.
He steps into one bear trap. Ah, his leg. He steps
Oh.
into a second bear trap. Ah, his other leg.
Taking your first steps in here, the echoes of your footfalls are surprisingly louder with the acoustics of this place compared to the outside. As you would take your first steps, and you can see there definitely is an immediate source of light that is causing the shimmer of rocks. As you would look over towards the west, and there's a small puddle of water that seems to be coalescing into a larger pool coming from an unknown source. There's a faint glimmer of turquoise light that is emanating from it. Directly forward, there are shimmers on the ground, and to those at the most forefront, ancient runes of sort that are engraved into the stone. To the farthest reaches south, there appears to be a more warm colored light that is coming from the farthest extent of what you can see. It's very dark in here.
Can I read those runes? I know Elvish and Dwarvish. And Celestial.
Roll Arcana.
Yeah, Dagny is gonna pull her cane out and have light cast on the jewel on it, and she's just going to approach the circle and try and identify the runes as well.
You would do so, and I suppose you can roll your own Arcana check as you're doing so, and you can demonstrate your movements based on your actual token movements. As for Mayarks, you really aren't sure what this is. It's definitely arcane, but you can't make out a purpose, regrettably.
I'd say 23.
Dagny, you on the other hand, gather a quick, basic idea of what this is. For one thing, you can see based on the faint shimmers coming off of this, you imagine a circle of this size is definitely a particularly strong ward that maybe could have been used to protect this place from intruders such as yourself. But given that you're standing here unassailed, you imagine it's so old that the latent magic in the stone may have faded. You're not quite sure what's causing the shimmer, though. It may have something to do with the glowing water adjacent to it.
I did want to inspect that, the water.
You would take a closer look as you would bend down next to this pool and examine the glow coming off of this. And as you're taking a closer look, you being accustomed to water have an affinity for its properties, and you would deduce that it's not the water itself that's glowing. There's little crystalline contents within the water that seem to be gently floating among it. Mostly stagnant, but very lightly moved by what you can only assume to be a similar arcane force or something similar. Tiny, almost imperceptible crystals are creating the glow effect here.
So, there is, so with Identify, I can use it on a magic imbued object. Will this, circular ruin count as that?
As a magic object, no.
Doesn't
But
it
no,
also,
I would
identify magics as well, just period?
Yeah, like it.
Ping the
so-
spell, and
yeah,
I can
just put-
take a look at what it officially reads.
And an area.
Magic imbued objects.
I'd be thinking detect magic.
I'll say, yeah, for this, if you want to cast Identify on this rune, I'd say, yeah, this seems like fair game to me.
You better be doing it with
I'll
a
do
slot, because we don't really have 10 minutes to fuck around in the lobby, you know?
Mm-mm.
I mean, I just cast it using a spell slot, true. Just to speed up the process a bit, so it only takes 8 minutes.
Yeah. Say ancient
Are you-
runes of some kind. Used to be a ward. Magic seems to have died a little bit.
So are
So,
you
yeah.
are you casting that?
Yeah, I cast it using a spell slot.
You would conjure the magic within you to properly identify the nature of this rune. And from what you can ascertain, this is a pretty unorthodox method of arcana that you've never really seen before. This is a spell imbued on an area that is designed with reusability in mind. And given the latent lighting, almost sparking of the stone on what's left of this, you would be able to identify this is a rune of chain lightning.
Oh!
Rune of get fucked.
Rune of you
Yeah,
fucking died!
Yeah, you just see him, like, move his hand away for a moment after he's cast it, just with mild surprise.
What?
powerful elementalist spell. Have you ever heard of a spell called Chain Lightning?
Very powerful spell.
Very powerful indeed. If it
Um,
were to activate on us, it would hit all of us and hurt pretty badly.
Like, would I be able to identify the nature of these rooms? Do they seem like dwarvish or draconic in nature?
Going off of your previous check, it's a bit difficult to say. It has some borrowed aspects from what you can derive back to Elven, but there's a bit more to it than that. It's not necessarily related to any one lineage. This may have been a collaboration.
Question.
Yes.
Are those lineages Celestial and Elvish and Dwarvish? Because those are the three
No.
languages I know.
It's not like there's anything written in those languages on here. They're
Okay.
arcane runes per se, but there's some inflections in the way this is made that are reminiscent of Elvish, but it's not outwardly so. And at Mayarks, you are getting awfully close to this dancing warm light that you can see here. Based on what you can see, you can almost gather that this is some sort of fire taking place.
Just going to hush everybody. I'm going to just put a hand on Rin and just basically whisper, let me go forward. You're intimidating, to say the least.
We'll move together.
We
Also,
will not
refrain from touching me.
refrain from causing somebody to shit themselves as a massive fuck off do not walk forward, please. If I get fucked up, then come. But other than that, don't, please. For my sake. As I'm going to step forward.
As you step forward, you can see that there are crates that are set aside here that are nowhere near as old as the ancient halls you're walking. You would imagine that this may have been a part of the carts.
I'm just
Now,
gonna,
describe your actions. Are you just straight up moving forward?
I am going to give Rin the light source and just hold this, please, while I look.
Oh my god. Oh wait, where's Seeker?
Oh,
Just
I can
noticed
place
that.
him. I can place him down for you if you're intent to use him.
Yeah. I'll take the fucking thing, but I'm gonna be like 6 feet behind him going down.
I am doing a stealthy stealth.
Okay.
3.
Fall down the stairs.
All right. And you would take your steps down these stairs, trying to be as stealthy and careful as you can. And with your poor check, you would fail to account for the tripwire that is halfway down the staircase, as you would tug it and would unceremoniously fall as you would tumble down these stairs with your armor clanging against the stone as you loudly fall here.
Ow.
And you would hear an echoed voice coming from just over here. He's hearing, what? And
Standing
a
up.
figure would step to investigate.
Oh, shit.
Are you dead?
It's just, I'm just standing
Just the
up.
equivalent of stepping on a clown horn. Just like, you a corpse?
So much for proceeding with caution.
I'm
Well,
standing up and just dusting myself off. I am Mirix.
You would get a good look at this fellow that is eyeing you down. His armor is almost identical to that of a Shire Guard, although it is considerably dirtied and tattered. It has certainly seen its wear, as get a good look at this one. And he is definitely far from clean. He's been out here for quite some time. And he eyes you down. Mayorx, what are you doing here?
You know him?
Well, that's his name, right?
I just did give him my name.
Who's your friend behind you? And he would turn and would get a look at the party.
Just fellow travelers looking to get out of the blasted rain.
Oh, yeah. Tell me about it, man. Everything that's out there, well, there's a lot more worse places you could have stumbled into.
I'm just going to kind of reach out a hand and just take a small step forward. Like, not an entire 5 fucking feet, but just a small step forward. Mirax.
You already said that.
So yeah, I got your name. I got your name. Well, I'll have you know, you're in good hands here. I would stay away from the places that I've barricaded here. They can keep you good. There's some supplies left from everything that we have expended here. Why don't you come around here and you can settle down for the evening. Just don't go past those barricades, you hear me?
Do
Creatures?
you mind if I ask a question?
That's fine, we can walk and talk.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
gonna
I'll just like
head
walk
down.
down, not step on the
Avoiding-
tripwire.
Yeah, avoiding the tripwire that the
Yeah.
idiot fell off or on.
Yeah.
Yeah. As this gentleman with the torch would guide everybody forward.
Oh, man, I can't fucking secret at all.
You can't see through his eyes.
Yeah, I don't have vision for him.
I will adjust that. Let me see. What kind of perception does he have? Dark vision of 60 feet. Alright. Let me
So-
give him just that.
You said we. Does that mean you're not here by yourself?
Hold on. Here we go. Can you see through him? Wait a minute. No.
You have to highlight him.
I don't see him at all.
Wait a minute. Where'd he go?
He's inside of you.
Disappear.
Is he?
No, he's not.
No.
He's not.
That's weird.
Hold on a second.
Disappear.
I'm going to rectify this issue real quick. The prototype token doesn't have vision, so I'm just going to fix this.
Seeker has unlocked the ability to phase through dimensions.
I don't know how that
Seeker
happens.
has no eyes.
He
Here,
briefly
he should be
sees
able
a
to see now.
world.
Oh, yeah, there he is.
He has the same dark vision capabilities as you, according to the stat block, and it makes sense anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah, as this guy would guide you all through here. Name's Kane. It's been a while since I've seen the walls. Gotta be honest with you, I think I would kind of like to see them again. Everything out here just sucks, man.
I believe you.
As there is a similar light coming from this hall here,
Oh.
Do
Hello,
I see the people?
as you would get a look at other people that are within, as there is a similar looking fellow that is with a torch. And there is other people that are kind of settled down. There's a few things they have. And he would continue. Yeah, you're idiots to think that it was any good out here. Place like this is the best you can ask for, but even so, we set up those barricades for a reason, man. It's just ain't it. I'm telling you.
Question about your origins. Why are you out here?
What kind of stupid question is that? Why are we out here?
Why are you north specifically?
Well, this is one of the clearest ways to go if you're leaving Highshire, and I gotta say, if there's any idiots who are trying to leave the walls, like you, to find a place to stay, this would be it. And I gotta say, man, you all are such idiots.
Javelin
As
in
there
neck.
are footfalls behind you as it appears as though you're being boxed into this tight corridor.
Trident in neck.
Well, now you are cute, aren't you?
Trident in
this
neck.
this guy would have a shit-eating smile as he would gesture to all of you. I like all your shiny stuff. I like all the stuff you're packing.
Just
It's hard out here.
trident in neck.
Hand it over.
Trident
Asshole.
in neck. In the neck.
No, maybe he has a point, guys.
Maybe he has a... How?
No,
Okay.
no. Listen to me. Maybe he has a point. He wants us to hand stuff over to him. Maybe if we do, he'll let us leave. And with
Insane?
that, I will hand him over a guiding bolt.
I am handing him over a trident in the neck. Anyway.
Now,
Yeah.
this guy has he had a hand on his sword ready to go, and everyone else too. There's people behind you that are ready to shoot at you. So, with your intent to attack,
Yes.
roll for initiative.
Fuck.
Let's fucking
I can't
go.
attack him as he's saying, hand over your shinies.
They were ready for you, man.
Yeah, they knew as soon as they said you guys are idiots. So
God
they were
damn it!
like,
I was
fuck you
literally
two then."
about to ask, like, fuck. God
So
damn
it turns out that just violencing them would have been the right answer all along.
Yeah.
Damn. Anyway. Alright, initiative.
I'm just gonna say this now, all of Mirax's attacks are
I'm
non-lethal.
gonna re-roll that with my inspiration.
Oh, there's the initiative button. I was looking for that. Hey, an excellent good roll.
Can I roll my initiative again, please, Gabe?
I don't know if you heard it, but all my attacks are non-lethal. All of them. Unless I'm chucking something, it's non-lethal.
For some reason, it doesn't want to roll my initiative again.
You can't re-roll initiative with that. If you want to use inspiration for initiative, you need to just fucking remove it and just roll again.
Okay.
All right. Top of the
That is
initiative, we have Mayarks.
Yeah. Garok is using his initiative to, or his, inspiration to re-roll, I'm assuming.
Yes.
So you need to remove him from the turn order.
What are you doing?
He's
using his inspiration to reroll initiative.
You Mayarks?
no.
No,
Garok.
Garok.
All right. Well, hold on.
It's stupid.
Yeah.
Okay, reroll initiative.
Better.
A bit better.
Is that the exact same? No, it's barely
Oh,
better.
The
yeah.
other
It
one
was a
was
natural.
2.
A natural
Yeah,
Go
like-
one.
before
Anything's
literally
better than a 1.
one person. All right. Anyways, Mayarks, you have the floor.
He is getting a javelin. Or not a javelin, but a 22 to hit.
Yeah, it's gonna hit him, Chief.
Alright, 6 piercing damage. We are still only level 4, yeah?
Yes.
I don't want to blow my
Alright.
action surge this fucking quickly.
All right. Deal a good hit into this guy. Anything else?
I don't have my shield equipped, so I don't know why that's equipped. I am at 15. Bonus action, hit with javelin, because I am dual wielding. 20 to hit.
That hits.
For 11.
No.
You don't add. Wait. Do you have
I
wielding?
I have the 2-weapon fighting.
Oh.
Yeah.
+5. Damn. All right. -11. There we go. As this guy greatly underestimated your fighting prowess, as this guy is a ruffian, and you take a few quick stabs, tear at him as he barely falls to his knees, as blood is gushing out of the holes you just created. And he's
Non-lethal.
barely standing.
It's non-lethal.
Non-lethal.
I've already said this. All of Mirak's attacks are non-lethal.
All right.
during
Well,
this.
you beat the shit out of him, and he's bleeding profusely from his nose. How about that?
Okay. he,
I swear, I don't know if I just don't hear what you say, if you're just like, or if I'm like getting cut out or something. I never hear your little like flavor shit that you're doing.
I said it at the start.
Anyone else hear him?
Yeah.
Yeah, he said it
All
from
right,
the
so
start.
it's probably just me being retarded.
Yeah,
Rin.
you did.
So obviously I recognize these as exiles who are assholes.
Bandits, yes.
Yeah, and you recognize the armor. It's definitely a Highshire Guardsman worth of armor. You've come to two conclusions. Either these guys may have been part of the guard and decided, fuck it, they're going to stay out here, or maybe they killed some guardsmen to take their stuff, kind of like what they're trying to do with you.
I'm going to call out to the ones back here. Surrender or die. This is your only warning. As I'm casting Grease.
Oh, God.
Let's
All right.
see. I guess it's this button. There we go. Let's see. Right here.
Can you give me vision
Right.
over Seeker so the eyes of the battle can see?
No.
Hold on.
Fuck yeah.
Obviously, I know what Mirix can and cannot see, but I'm not going to use that to my advantage. I just want the stream to look good and the playback to have everything.
Hold on. Don't, I have to give you ownership over the bot.
Do you?
Yeah.
I'm not going to move it if I do have ownership. That's not going to happen.
Wait, that's bullshit. Everyone's an observer for Seeker. You should be able to see out of his eyes.
I can, actually. I just have to hover over him.
Then
Yeah.
hover over him if you need to.
Yeah,
'cause
we're
that's
good.
the only way you can. That's the only way you can do it.
Okay. Yeah, we're good. I got it. Everyone, I didn't know that. Everybody. I had Mirix highlighted.
Selected.
Yeah.
All right. So, anyways, back to it. So every creature needs to make a DC 15 saving throw. Yeah, that's a fail. Dex save from you. That's a fail. Jesus Christ, guys. Come on. Stay on your fucking feet. Come on, guys. If they all would fail, as magical grease would encase this hallway, and
Yeah,
they would
oh,
all... They were all very comically slide feet up as they land plop on the ground. This archer had an arrow knocked and it would release and go shooting into the ceiling.
Yeah, I want to use my bonus action to have Seeker hold an attack to... How high up is the ceiling here?
About like 8 feet off the ground.
I suppose Seeker is just hovering above me, with his lens powering up and holding a shot, ready to shoot at somebody who attempts to attack me.
Disciplinary actions.
All right. Let's see.
Pavlov, these motherfuckers.
Yeah, I'm purposely standing here at the edge of the grease too, so it's either run away or surrender, or keep slip sliding, asshole.
All right.
That's my go.
Okay. So you're going to see that there's this guy who kind of hugs the wall, very wobbly on his feet. And you can see he has this weird blackened flask in his hands. And he's gritting his teeth. And he would take this, raise it high above his head, and is throwing it at you, Rin. Let's see.
That sounds like an attack.
Throwing something at him.
Let's see, what's your AC?
18.
And make a
As you would
disadvantage.
just manage to duck in time. It's very difficult given these close quarters, as this flask would land right on the wall next to you, as there is this sizzling, and you can see in real time that the stone is being applied with this acidic effect, as something he tried to throw you was very nasty in nature, as he would go back around the corner, and let's see if he can remain on his feet. He somehow manages, as he is not prone for now.
Seeker would have taken a shot at him when he tried to throw acid at me.
Okay, roll the attack.
All right.
Get his ass.
That hits.
Yeah.
As you get a shot into this guy's shoulder, damaging his pauldron as it went straight through. All right, bring it to this guy who's gonna move up.
Reaction brace.
Okay.
I'm going to hit him for moving forward.
Okay. Yes, you do.
Adding a d6 on top of that if then. Yep. Weapons damage roll. 9, 10,
Nice.
11, 12, 13.
What's your total? 15?
13.
13.
13. Does he get this attack, and he will retaliate with a crit.
Of course.
Correct. What the fuck? Oh, these guys aren't very strong. What the fuck is this?
A crit for 5 damage.
Yeah, you take 5 fucking damage.
they
What?
fucked up today, boy.
God. He ain't really
Wow,
all
isn't
that.
rough.
Anyways.
Yeah, he ain't buying your shit. As you do significant damage to him, he's fucked up too. He ain't standing too good on his legs, but you know he's still trying. Archer will stand.
Will
He's
the Archer
taking.
stand?
Let's see. And you see 2 arrows flying down the hall at you, Rin. 15 will clang harmlessly against your suit and would ricochet into the stone. The second one is going to hit you as she deals a decent hit as you take 11 piercing damage. And 11. Let's see if she can remain standing. Unceremoniously falling back onto the ground, she goes.
Bonk.
Dagny.
Yeah, like seeing that Rin pulled a very smart maneuver, she's gonna take advantage of that and cast Shatter.
Giving them all a massive fucking migraine in the
Yeah,
process.
she's gonna go for right about here.
Nice. All right. That is a DC 14 Constitution saving throw. I believe it's half as much on a success.
Yes.
Yup. Non-magical objects are also tossed. Or non-magical. Everything takes damage.
She would pass. She would fail. Okay. 1 success, 2 failures. Roll your damage.
9.
9.
God,
That's
bad.
so fucking bad.
That was 3 threes.
Fucking RNG, man.
Yeah, that is gonna be her turn.
All right. As you definitely do significant damage to him, you can see that the shockwave on this bandit here would slam his head into the stone, and you can see there is blood trickling down his head as a result as he is still on the floor. It seems as though he was greased up, increasing the effect.
Yeah, she's kind of shielded from Rin already, but she's kind of ducking down a little bit.
All right. And you hear a particularly heavy set of footfalls, Mayarks. As you can see, the injured hooded bandit here, there is a meaty hand that grabs him and yanks him down the hall as he looks kind of similar to him. A burly dude would come to greet you as he's pushing this guy a bit to the side as he's moving in to make a couple of attacks against you.
He's come for his revenge against Terry.
Yeah, in world he looks a bit similar, but there's some striking differences, of course. This isn't him, but anyways. You have 3 attacks coming at you.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3. What's your AC?
15.
Cool, all of these hit.
Cool.
As, let me get you the grand total. You rolled like a bitch, just like your pawn. God damn it. As you get a grand total of 16 damage. 10 of that is slashing, 6 is piercing. 16. As this guy is looking at you, and he has this fierce grin baring his teeth, and he's breathing very heavily. He likes your shiny stuff. All right. Brings us to this guy, as he is going to kick this archer to slide using the grease to his advantage as he slides down, and with a low swing is using his scimitar to try to take a swipe at your legs, Rin, for a 21.
Ow.
As you take...
because he's prone.
Is that how that
if
works?
Yeah.
If he's still prone, he has disadvantage on his attacks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Your mom gay.
Never
Here's
mind.
The official prone thing.
Yeah.
Also, it's on all attack rolls, so it applies to ranged ones too.
Yeah.
That person
He
stood up.
stands at... All right, I can't do anything because this is...
Sorry. Yeah, I didn't
All right,
mean to-
I'll wait for it to go away. Jesus Christ. He manages to stand at the end of that. All right, I skipped over you, Garrick. It's your turn.
And then at the end of his turn, you can make another check to not fall over again. Because
That
that's
is
how
true.
grease works.
Yeah, grease lasts for a minute.
That's literally what I just did. He's fine.
Ah, fantastic. Right, so this bandit captain, what's he wearing?
Studded leather.
Studded leather? That's manufactured metal.
Okay. What are you doing?
I cast heat metal on him.
All right. Ping it.
Holding or wearing manufactured metal. Take 2d8
see.
and has disadvantage on all everything. Attack rolls and ability checks.
Well, let me read this.
They only make a con save if they can physically drop it.
Keep slowing wearing objects. Constantly or drop objects. They can. All right. Yeah, you would see the studs on this guy begin to glow a vibrant metal as his gritted teeth becomes a bit more pained. It doesn't seem to have deterred him at all.
Oh, it'll deter him soon enough, I'm sure.
2d8 fire damage.
Right,
They
let's
are
see. So that was my main
Oh.
action. Do I have a bonus action?
You also straight up just deal damage.
Yeah, 2d8 damage. Let me just see how much that is actually. It'd be 9 or half, I believe, right?
It's just 9 flat out. There is no con save for taking less damage. It's just
Yeah.
you deal 2d8 every single turn that it's on.
Yeah.
It's not
For every bonus
Um,
action after the first action.
Yeah, I mean, we can swap places if you don't want to be the subject of being slapped around a bunch.
Dude in front of me is gonna fucking croak in one turn, and that guy now has disadvantage on everything. You can, if you want to heal me, I'm cool with it. But if not, then I don't care. I'll just stick here.
Can I cast 2 level spells in the turn?
No, I don't think so.
And in that case, that's my turn done, because I believe that took an action.
All right.
Depending on how B-Man wants to rule casting 2 level spells in a turn, I don't think so.
He can't cast 2 spells in a turn.
Unless it's a cantrip, so.
I'll just use this ability and gain a spell slot back instead. Then.
All right. The end of your turn would be this turncoat. Let's do this. This guy, who is barely standing, blood pooling from his nose, is going to slither underneath this guy's legs and goes away.
I had used my reaction. Never mind.
Get fucked.
Damn it.
Get fucked.
You hear him move down the hall to an imperceptible corridor where you hear something being clamored. You're not really sure what's going on. And your turn, Mayarks.
Dropping one of my javelins. Dropping one of my javelins just on the floor taking my shield up. Because
Okay.
shit hurty. And I'm just going to take a step forward. I'm going to take a step forward. And I'm going to hit this guy with a distracting strike.
Okay.
Using my last fucking die. I add it. If I hit, then I add it to the add superiority die to the damage. 24 to hit.
Yeah.
That is 6 plus an additional. It's 9 damage.
Okay.
I'm going to action surge. And I'm going to hit him again, giving myself the advantage. Or is it next person?
The next attack roll.
Okay,
So you
I'm
can use
giving
it.
myself the advantage.
Yeah, and you hit.
6 again. I'm
Okay.
rolling nothing but ones.
Sucks, don't it?
It does. I'm sad. And
Okay.
that will be the end of my turn. I now have a shield
Rin.
equipped.
Rin will glance down the arrow, now in their fucking chest, and look back up towards these bandits, growl out,
Foolish degenerates!
and then cast Tasha's Caustic Brew. I want to nab all these guys.
It's a 30-foot line, though.
Yeah, you can only really get 2 of them.
Well, if it's a line, does that have to be grid, or can I like have the line aimed that way? Or,
Yeah, rounding the corner like that is not gonna work because
No,
like this guy's
2 works.
actively taking cover anyways, but 2 does work.
2 does work. Yeah, 2's
All
fine.
right. They make dex saves. We have guy in front of you fails. Archer succeeds. Roll damage.
Must be fun being covered in acid and grease.
Yeah, it's at the start of their turn, but I'll roll it preemptively.
All right. So 3 damage to the lad here.
I'm also having Seeker shoot the guy right in front of me.
All right. Hit. All right. -4. As this guy is looking severely injured, bleeding from multiple wounds. And you can see his grit is rapidly failing. Anyways, that's your turn. Let me see. Yeah. This guy is going to peek this corner and produces a light crossbow as he attempts to shoot at you, Ren. And is going to miss. Because he sucks. He's going to move back and try not to fall down. And doesn't fall down. It's a miracle. Alright. This bandit is going to produce a dagger from his belt and is going to throw it at Mayarks. And it would clang off your shield as it embeds itself in the wall. And the archer's turn. She will stand up. So she doesn't have any dumbass disadvantages. She's not stupid like this guy who tried to butt slide. And
I will give
it's-
him credit. He deserves inspiration for his creativity.
Yeah, I didn't get him very far. As 2 arrows are coming at you, Rin. Let's see, what's your AC?
18.
Meets it, beats it. You take 5 piercing damage as yet another arrow sinks itself into your suit. As it would pierce a hole through it and would contact your skin and pierce into your skin as well. The arrows, while stuck in you, are not causing any leaks, but when you rip that thing out, you're going to need to mend it very quickly. Let's see if she stands up. No, she falls down. Back to taking her nap she goes.
Can they start taking D4s
Also,
on
is Grease
backpacking?
concentration?
No.
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 All right.
It's
You're
just
good.
a minute.
Grease is just there.
Though the acid thing is, and I got hit once, so I need to make a con save.
21.
You're good.
That's it.
Also, if
Okay.
were they the ones that failed the original one because they need to take
No.
damage? Okay.
Dang it. The guy here is very weak looking, and she's looking pretty good.
Murder, murder, murder.
Question, DM.
Yes.
Would you consider grease flammable?
No, I wouldn't.
You're no fun.
It's like a slime, pretty much.
Goo. Shoot your goo, my dude.
Your goo is non-flammable.
Well,
Magic missile.
Magic missile.
no, we're gonna do something better. Like she's taking stock of the three that she can see.
Yep.
And she is she's gonna go ahead and raise her cane above her head, and she's going to cast Scorching Ray. One on each of these individuals. This one, and this one.
I'm gonna say he's gonna get partial cover because he is taking cover behind there, so that's gonna be a tough sell if you're trying to get him with
I think partial's a +2 to AC.
or actually like give it like it's gonna be tough to get that guy if you're trying to like bend around the corner. I'm allowing this because of the work you've done with your fire magic, but otherwise that really wouldn't be too realistic to hit, especially with the archer here.
I'm fine with that.
If
Yeah.
anything, the archer's the problem.
And the archer's prone, so I believe that incurs advantage.
Disadvantage for
Yes.
range attacks, I think.
So I'll say those first two rolls were going towards the archer because advantage, and a 16 hits.
Okay.
Attack roll against creature has advantage if the attacker is within 5 feet of the creature.
Eh, just about,
Otherwise,
let's
it has
keep
disadvantage.
10 fire
10
damage.
Okay.
As your fire would drill into her chest and would set alight her flesh as she's screaming in pain.
And next one, 18.
To whom?
That'll go to the guy in front of Rin.
That hits.
6.
And you would cast that second Scorching Ray as Rin would duck out to get the attack. And focusing on everything that you've learned so far about fire magic, you are so fixated on this magic to save your friends. And this bolt would come shooting out of your hands as you can feel the increased potency thanks to your studying, as it would drill into this guy's chest, a human being. As you look him in the eyes, as your magic cooks his insides, as he is scorched from the inside out, and the force sends him careening down the greased hall against this person here, who is screaming in pain, also burning from the inside out, as you realize you just killed a person. And what about that third Scorching Ray?
Let's
Let's
do
see
it.
it.
23.
Motherfucker, you managed to get the angle with her writhing on the ground. You managed to get him in the elbow.
7. And as that last ray goes, I will look the archer straight in the eyes and I said, "You intend to take our lives, but with fire and blood, I will take yours."
Angry little
Roll
midget.
intimidation with advantage.
Okay, let's see it. 10.
What the fuck? She takes in your words, but the gripping of the pain you inflicted on her is making it hard for her to take it in. Either way, she's not having a good time. Very good.
Yep. That's my turn.
Which brings us to Captain Sizzles a lot.
Mr.
Dave.
Disadvantage, as I will call him.
Are you re-rolling your damage for the heat metal at the start of this guy's turn, or how does this work?
It's on every single one of Garok's turns, he can use his bonus action to make it deal an additional 2d8.
Okay, so this wouldn't affect him right now, but he's still incurring disadvantage. All right. Let's see how he does. He still gets a hit on you.
I
As a
have
scimitar would.
17 AC?
It still gets a hit on you.
Okay, just making sure.
You sorry sack of shit. Roll the one fucking again. 4 damage to you.
Nice. I'm still looking fucked up, though. Alright.
And that guy's dead.
Dead.
Garrick.
Ooh, my turn. Well, bonus action, my boy's gonna be on more fire. Do I just cast it again, I guess?
Nope, you can just deal 2d8. Just
Yeah.
roll 2d8 damage.
Roll 2d8. 2d8. Go.
7 damage to him. Very good.
And, let's see here.
I'm in danger.
Let's, take a little step over here. Ooh, that's a bandit looks like you could do with a stab.
Or a crunch, rather.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that could happen here. Anyway, I think that, what I'm going to do is cast...
The bandit's gone.
What do you
What
mean?
happened to the bandit?
Where's the boss?
Yeah, what
You
about
just
the-
deleted it.
Oh shit! He fucking despawned. What happened?
Ah, makes my life a lot easier. I guess I just killed him that well, huh?
You just
He's now an
intimidated him
X-File.
so hard. He despawned.
There's
Nah.
a look up on that boy, and he went, huh?
I think he had this much health. It looks about right. Let me re-add him to the initiative roll.
He had a 6.
Hit a 6.
Let me see. Wonder if I can manually adjust the initiative.
I think you can.
Let me see. Updates. Yes, I can. Nice.
Let's see.
It
what
mixed
I-
the order up, but whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna slap him with my hammer. Why not? While I'm here. Where's my weapon?
Didn't you just use your action to give him that
Bonus
2d8
action.
damage?
Nope, that's the bonus
That's
action.
bonus action.
Oh.
Also doesn't count.
Wabam!
14 did it.
Let me see. Do you get advantage because of the heat metal thing?
Nope.
I don't know. Let me
No,
look.
it just gives the bandit.
He just has
disadvantage.
disadvantage.
Nope. It would swoosh and impact the stone as he ducks out of the way.
Nah.
You can hear the sizzling of his flesh from here.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem too bothered by it for some reason.
Oh, don't worry. He'll be bothered by it soon.
Yeah, I think the bandit is before Garrick, so
Yeah.
you don't.
Yeah, that's my chip.
Okay. This guy already went. Top of the initiative, Mayarks.
15 to hit.
Yes.
Deals 8 damage? Did it roll an 8?
You didn't roll at all.
No, I clicked it
There
and
it
it
goes.
didn't do anything.
Give me a
9
second. I
damage.
need to remove these fucking things. This is what I was trying to get rid of. I guess deleted boss man for some fucking reason. There we go.
And would you say that I could use my spiked shield as like a D4 of damage?
You're basically gonna have to make like an attack roll, like a dagger, to do
that's
that.
basically what I'm getting at. Can I bonus action attack with it?
Yeah, you basically have a dagger attached to it. So no, bonus action. Well, it's an action to attack with a dagger, so it would be an action to attack with a shield.
Yeah, but with dual wielding, you can also bonus action.
Does dual wielding let you make a bonus action attack with a dagger?
Yes, technically it's light.
Yes, is what you're saying.
Yeah, it's light. Light weapons you can dual wield.
Yeah.
Okay, then yes.
All right. Oof. That's
Nope.
that's not gonna hit no matter what. And that will be my turn. Yeah.
That archer's pissing me off by daring to still be alive. So, fuck it. Yeah, Grease is still up, so that's still helping. Fuck it. Magic missile.
Someone's gonna fucking cast it.
All right. You get 2 more of those, you know.
Yeah, you can hit the thing.
Wait a minute.
What?
It,
No.
it automatically
If it-
determines the damage.
Oh, it did 3 times 3.
But isn't there a +1 at the end?
Yeah. It's
For
weird.
each of them. So
Yeah.
I got 3s plus 3, because there's 3 magic missiles plus 1, so 10, 11.
You rolled a 2 and it
12.
did it 3 times. It's 2 plus 1.
I don't know what you do with your math here, but it's fucked up. Is each magic missile 2d4 if I'm not mistaken?
It's 1d4 plus 1 for each one.
1d4 plus 1? Okay, so
And-
click just don't mind the broken math in your thing. Click the d4 in the bottom of the thing, and then click the plus button for the formula, and then just do that 2 more times.
Right.
No, that's 3d4.
Yeah, I mean,
It shoots 3 missiles
yeah,
plus 3.
yeah.
For,
All right, well, I'll have to go, like,
Okay, let me
I
just...
mean, yeah,
no,
yes, that's
the-
technically correct. Now I have to open this up and see each individual roll and manually do math for every single
What-
one of them. Rather, if you could have just
They
hit
all-
the 1d4 once and then the plus 1 once, it would have been like, hold on a second. It would have been like
that-
this.
all the magic missiles do the same damage. That's why he rolled a d4. It did 2. It's 2 plus 1, which is 3. 3 times 3 is 9.
I don't like how it multiplies. I'd rather roll each time.
Yeah, that's not how it
Magic
should
missiles
be.
damage is independent for each missile. It's like 3 separate attacks.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that math is right. It's
Yeah, so it's 11 damage. Just
Yeah.
there.
Okay. So I'm assuming you only did that because they're all going to the same target.
Yes, that's the
All right, in the
only reason I
future,
did
if you're
that.
doing this and you're hitting multiple targets, you got to do the formula 3 times, like as
Yeah.
per normal, because
I know,
that's
I did it this way because it's quicker, because it's all going to the same one.
all right. Well, now that I know your intentions, yes, obviously it's a magic missile, so it's gonna hit, and they would drill into her through the hole created by the scorching flesh, and she is barely alive.
Seeker, finish the fucking job, please.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll your damage.
nice.
And as she's writhing in pain, a single definitive strike to the head, it would crack her skull as it would jerk her head back, being sent back by the grease. It would hit the stone, and she is no longer screaming.
Shh. Not fucked up at all.
Anything else?
No.
All right. This guy has balls, as it turns out. So he's gonna do yet another light crossbow attack, and he's gonna miss. And I'm just gonna roll the dex thing right here because he's on grease, on top of dead bodies. Now he somehow keeps his footing, but he's gonna scurry out.
Your rolls are no longer hidden, by the way.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
All right. This bandit's gonna do much the same. Light crossbow going to Mayox. It's gonna miss. He's dumb. Can't do anything else. Dagny.
Okay, she's... I mean, she can't really see anything right now. She is going to hold a firebolt for the next time the guy peeks around the corner.
All right.
Fucking brain him.
Yeah.
Garrick.
Check it. Your turn.
Hello.
Your turn.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, burn the lad.
Bonus action
Alright.
damage.
Bonus action, burn the lad.
10 more.
All right. Hold on. I'm trying to like do stuff. All right.
And main action. Is that other bandit behind the big guy still alive?
Yes.
Cool. He can receive a guiding bolt to the face. 16?
No, you can't shoot through enemies like that.
Yeah, again.
No, you can't. You cannot shoot through enemies to hit another enemy. You can hit the big guy if you want.
That's really close, though.
I mean,
What stop?
You cannot shoot through an enemy to hit another enemy. You can shoot through allies. That doesn't work in reverse.
that's not really even a rule, but we'll talk about that later.
Also, he
Don't fight me on this. I'm not
We're not.
budging.
Yeah, let's just
but
move
you
on.
did it with Scorching Ray.
There was
I'm
proning
an
involved,
ally.
and people.
Yeah, because
He's
he's
an ally, and this
Yeah.
guy's dead on the ground.
Yeah, this is kind of.
This is different. You can't hit this bandit. Full stop.
Oh, so don't you have disadvantage because the head honcho's 5 feet next to you?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's within 5 feet, so that would also be a factor. I'm being nice and letting you attract this because you know you can do this, but yeah, you can't hit this guy.
like
Right.
If you can't do anything, I mean, it's fine.
Fine. If I can't shoot at him, have him make a wisdom save with Toll the Dead instead.
Which one?
I guess the bandit in the back because he's probably weaker, but okay.
Creature
That
you
one
can
involves
see.
him having to make a wisdom save, not going through anything.
Yeah, given this isn't like a bolt or an arrow, you can for something like this, you can target the bandit behind him. It's fine, and he would pass.
save yourself.
And it does nothing then. Alright, never mind.
Yeah, save
All
yourself.
right. Brings us to the bandit captain, who's gonna, you guessed it, gonna swing, swing, swing. Nope. Nope. He's swinging and missing, and burning. Marks.
And taking damage. 16 to hit.
All right, roll damage. All right,
Alright.
still up. He's profusely hurt, but somehow it doesn't seem bothered. He
But-
seems a little out of his mind.
That's not going to hit no matter what unless he has 9 AC.
Nope.
Yep, that doesn't hit. Bonus
Ren.
action shield misses.
I have a question, B-Man.
Yeah.
For Grease, it's not concentration, but can I still dispel it, or do I just wait for the,
Yeah, it's your
timer
spell.
to
I'd
go out?
say it makes sense for you to dispel it.
Yeah, I'll dispel it. Before I dispel it, though, I'm having Seeker. Boop. Oh, you're right there. Yeah, dispelling it. And let's see, I am bum rushing you because I'm pretty sure he shot me with a fucking crossbow. I do
Yep.
not like that. Bum rushing after dispelling Grease. And
The Juggernaut is coming to fuck your day. This robot is
Ren's-
designed to fuck your mouth.
yeah, I'm going to try and fuck his mouth with my thunder gauntlets.
Oh, yeah. Care to explain how you finish this guy off?
It's pretty much the Grease dispels. I round across the corner there. I imagine he was trying to get away, or at least prepare something. So he's
Yeah, he-
turning towards me.
He's fumbling with his crossbow, trying to load another bolt and struggling to because he's bleeding.
Yeah, as I appear, my thunder gauntlets, an open palm, shoots out, and my huge gloved gauntlet hand wraps around his head. And then it begins firing off thunderous pulses of energy directly through the palm and into his head, scrambling his brain and popping his eyes out.
You would hear the disgusting sound of meat being cooked in seconds as this guy is screaming, trying to formulate a sentence to negotiate something, but it's far too late for that as he is far past dead. Very nice. Anything else?
Seeker does have movement, so Seeker will boop 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 boop. You're over here. Shoot over the heads of the teammates at the big what's his face?
The
The
big-
captain.
Yep. Yeah, I would, with a small size and that angle, I'd say you would have a shot. Nope.
That one.
That sucks. All right. This bandit is in it to win it with that light crossbow, and he's going to hit Mayarks with an 18. As you take a very daunting 3 piercing damage as he's rolling as low as you can fucking go with this shit. Dagny, you see your friends to the left are still struggling. Well, not struggling, but they're in a fight.
I am struggling. I am at not very good
Okay,
HP.
struggling. They're at various levels of combat.
We
There's
gotta
not
make sure
much.
Mercs goes down.
There's not much I can do
Let me ball.
because I just see them. I can't see around the corner. I
Magic.
know
Right.
they're fighting somebody.
You can occupy the same space, like if you wanted to move here to do something, but bear in mind, if you occupy Garrick's space, you will be within 5 feet of the bandit captain.
Magic Missile doesn't give a fuck about 5 feet.
Same time, I don't want to leave him behind. You know what? Fuck it. I'm going to go ahead and occupy Garrick's space. And, I'm gonna cast Mind Sliver on the bandit.
Deja vu! Never seen this man before! Alright. He fails!
Three, psychic. And he will have to subtract 1d4 from his next saving throw.
Alright. As his mind is cooking in, at first it was a very intense bared teeth grin. Then it was kind of a mix of both as he continued to burn. Now it is a bared teeth of pure pain and anger. Again, he doesn't seem to be in his right mind. He still wants to fight.
This is your last chance to surrender.
To hell with you, blonde bitch!
Poor choice of words. That's my turn.
Alright. So you scoot here, and then you turn unoccupied. Garrick?
I wonder what I'm gonna do first. 14 fire damage.
I'm fucking dying here.
Well, that's that. As you see, he is roasted from his torso out. As you can see, he is rearing up to try to do something, and his extremities relax as he collapses to his knees, and his forehead slams into the ancient stone and is no longer moving, but is still sizzling.
Yeah. And now I can freely lightning bolt the other one in the face.
Yes,
so
you
have a guess
can.
what I'm going to do.
Your way to fire is unobstructed for this little dickhead in the cloak, and a 14 hits.
Cool. For 18 radiant damage.
So, he's not alive anymore.
And after just burning both of those two various different states of crisp, I'ma just make my way down into this hallway and see where the other one bandit went. Let's see, where's my freaking...
Alright, you're gonna use your movement.
10, 15...
Be careful, please. We don't know what he was doing.
I feel like we can figure it out. And I see somebody around the corner there. Fun.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna stay here for the time being, because I've already used my action, bonus action, and just keep some cover. But
And as
I'm
this
glad
is-
most of the other bandits are dead already.
As this is happening, with your heavy stature and heavy footfalls, this guy, you would see him in a blood-soaked heap. He has a scroll in his hands, covered in his own blood from this open crate. And you see he grits his teeth and points this scroll at you. And it's like you feel like he's trying to mouth something, but he's too pained. So you just kind of see him mouth something, but nothing comes out. As this scroll flares to life, as all of a sudden it gets, within a fraction of a second, there would be a wash of hot air as fire is conjured from the scroll, as you would hear. Make a dex save.
Oh, fuck.
A deck save.
So the point of origin is here. 5, 10, 15, 20. Wait a second. I believe that. In a second. 20 foot. 20 foot. Right? Yes. 5, 10, 15. This hits. Oh, this would just get into Merrick's square as well. Actually, wait a minute. Do that again.
I can't actually see.
Yeah. Merrick's, make a dex save.
Yeah!
Considering he's behind me, would he get cover?
So that works really.
So you both would pass. However,
I mean,
68. No,
86.
86. I had it asked backwards.
Get locked up.
The fireball is cast, and the two of you succeed. So the two of you both take 16 fire damage, as you can see a eruption of fire illuminate these halls, and you are scorched, Garrick.
I am down.
Yes!
As the fire would
I'm gonna use Stone Endurance.
wrap around Garrick, and these flames would shoot, slamming Merrick's into the wall as he was also cooked.
So
And
much damage
Dagny,
was that?
you would feel the heat of this wave of fire just narrowly avoid you.
So how much damage did we get?
16.
16.
16.
16 minus 5, so 11.
Keeping the Mirks going down every fight train going hard.
Fuck you.
Max!
So 11.
Red!
When do you want me making death saves? Because those fuckers are slow.
I'm charging
immediate-
down the hall.
Immediate actions within the next 6 seconds.
Oh, are we done?
That is the end of combat.
Ah, okay. I'll just cast a healing word on Miax and call it good.
Okay. No death saves needed.
And I just tank that shit.
Yeah, I would obviously come closer
And we're just patting off fire. Like,
after hear the scream. I'm also activating my armor thing to beef me up a little bit.
wait, what happened to the bandit? Did he just blow up?
He blew up. There's bandit parts all over the place.
Just like patting myself off, expecting someone around the corner, and all I can see is a scorch mark.
Yeah, there's a big scorch mark here. Actually, hold that thought. Let me see. I know I have one. Oh,
That didn't feel good.
there it is.
It turns out, wearing blacksmith equipment is very good against fireballs.
He's
Just-
no longer there.
Like, Garrick just kind of patting himself off, and Merrick's is like, pain!
So, I'm gonna do a little quick investigation on this. This looks like a bandit, yeah?
This was at one point a bandit, and you can see that there is a large wall of spikes in a vertical line that are jutting out of the wall and are skewering him, as there is a lit lantern loosely grappled in what's
he's
left
dead.
of his fingers. He's also scorched to hell because he was affected by the fireball, so the lantern is cracked. But it was fire that did this, so it's miraculously still going.
Hey, can you quickly cast that healing word so I know actually how much fucking HP I have?
Oh, yeah. Have 5 healing.
And as you're, I'm gonna stop you, everybody, there for a second. As you're beginning to dust yourselves off and are taking an assessment of the situation, you would hear the muffled sound of something coming from the far reaches of the entrance. As there's a familiar sound that is ringing through these echoed halls, a sound strikingly familiar to the discharge of the rings.
Let's not leave for a little
Yeah.
while.
We can't.
Well, after fighting these bandits, I wasn't planning on going anywhere anyway.
Can I see what triggered the fucking this dude to get skewered?
Roll investigation.
8.
You don't know.
Is there any tripwire markings on the ground, or...
With your investigation check, you cannot find anything that would ascertain how this happened.
I don't look in this crate, see if there was any other scrolls in there.
I was about to do the same, yeah.
While they're doing that, I'm sticking here. I'm also wanting Seeker to sneaky beaky up towards the ceiling to go figure out what the fuck is happening over by the entrance.
Reen? Could you?
What is it?
Alright. I'm still a little singed and not feeling very well. And this is one of the guys that tried to kill us, or looks like one of them, that is impaled. There are traps here.
We can't go any further right now. We're in no condition to do so.
Could you give me a quick syringe in the head again?
I'm out of energy to create a mixture at the moment.
Fair enough.
All
I'm
right.
going to send Seeker to check out the entrance. Stay still and stay quiet.
I'm going to go investigate the room we started in.
Careful,
You mean the
please.
entrance?
Near the entrance, not entirely.
There was a room where the other ones were in, so.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm sending in. Try to make a stealth thing for Seeker, because I want to send him out first before Meeks runs out and dies like an idiot.
If Seeker is moving stealthily, then yes.
Yeah!
Well, you're maintaining a low profile and keeping to the ceiling, so show me some movement. And for everyone else, you can click on Seeker, who's here, and you should be able to see his point of view. Let me know if it's not working.
Yeah, I can't see it.
Oh
Just-
my...
Just unhighlight, like highlight somewhere where your character isn't, and it should work.
If you hit escape, it should highlight yourself, and then click Seeker Boy right here.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
You don't even
Yeah.
have to click Seeker, it should just allow you
yeah.
to see.
As Meeks goes off to follow, I stop him by placing an arm in the way and let Seeker work first.
Everything appears to be quiet. You can see down over here to the north, there is an alcove where the bandits were resting, and there's some sprawled out makeshift bedrolls and a few tankards that had been set up lazily. It looks like they had been resting here, but nothing that seemed like a permanent settlement.
Yeah, Seeker is checking around, making sure there's no more of them.
Yeah, it doesn't appear to have any more people here. And you can also notice there's a similar sparking in the water over here, a shimmery auric glow. It's not as strong as the pool that was over by the entrance. It seems to be weaker in specific places, but still there nonetheless. Also worth mentioning for everyone who is down near the south here, this water is not shimmering at all.
Can I step around the trap?
It'll
This
take some
guy's got
clamoring,
impaled.
but yeah, you can, like, this is kind of like a pillar you can climb up and over.
Sure. I mean, I could just like pull the guy off and actually, is it like a wood trap or a metal one?
They appear to be in ancient iron.
Are they rusty at all? Could I just go pull that off then?
They're rusted.
Yeah, I'll just like pull the body off and then just pull the trap like off of its hinges then.
And
then
as
just like
for
make that easier to traverse.
Seeker's continued movements, you would get here, and you would see it. There is some remnant energy creeping in from the entrance, as though some auric runoff from the outside, and it appears to have kindled with this ancient rune at the entrance, and it is now glowing very vibrantly.
Oh, so it's activated now.
Now it's alive.
And now we're forced to continue in. I see you, B-Man. You son of a bitch.
It's fine, just throw a rock at it from very far away.
Well, I mean, you can trust your lock. Maybe it's safe.
Yeah,
throw
it's totally
Seeker
not
at it.
reusable and not just gonna light immediately after we discharge it again because B-Man's a dick.
Don't worry about it.
The electric ward at the entrance is activated. It would seem the auric energy, the pulse from outside, maybe powered it.
That's honestly a good thing. I don't actually hate that. That means nothing can come in because it'll fucking die. Or we'll hear
And
it at
we
least.
can't get out.
We could camp it out, wait until it dissipates again. It
It'd
dissipated
take
before.
forever.
Unless you want to get electrocuted, I think we should. I mean, we could try to find a way out from in here. Another
It's
way.
late evening anyway. We might as well just set up camp here.
Yeah.
Agreed. But I'm going to go see. So there was nothing over there. Yeah.
Oh, right, the contents of the crate. No, I was getting to that. So give me just a moment here to bring
Yeah.
up something. As you would shimmy through this. And you can definitely tell based on the really gritty handprints, there definitely was a lot that used to be in here. And taking a closer look, there is a large sack containing 63 gold pieces.
Oh,
You're not really sure how they came into possession of this.
I could
Imagine
guess.
probably not through some good means. There is an arrangement of daggers of different makes. 7 in total. Some are rusted, some are elegant. Some certainly have seen their work but have been maintained, surprisingly.
I wouldn't mind having a shitload of daggers.
And you would look further, and you would find a little potion bottle. And you would see within it, it has, of course, contents. The contents appear to be a reddish liquid. It's a very small bottle, almost like a vial, actually. And yeah, it glimmers whenever it's agitated. You're not quite sure what this is.
Identify.
well, I don't have identified. Garak, do you know what this is?
Do I know what is?
This bottle here.
Do I know what it is?
It's a bottle.
Let me see. Identifying potions. I would suppose that would be an intelligence check.
Like, I would,
Like-
like, try to identify it if I can.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, given that like, at face value, you don't recognize it, but you can certainly attempt to. So, you can make an intelligence check with Garrick helping you. They would give you advantage.
I mean, if that fails, I'll just use identify because we have all the time in the world anyway. But you know,
You would take some time to do your best to remember on everything you've read about potions, and this would definitely, after taking a careful examination for each of its attributes, and the very telling sign that this shimmers when agitated, you are able to ascertain what this is.
Oh. Well, this might come in handy, I think. Here, Mayarx, take this.
The last time I had a liquid of any sort, you took it away. Speaking of which, do you still have that liquid? That murky water one?
I believe I do. We never could ascertain what that was. I think we meant to identify it, but we didn't have the chance.
Nor the pearl, apparently.
Yeah.
If you're done rummaging around, I believe we should retreat a bit more back.
Yeah. But I'll give the... It's a healing potion, Mayarx. It'll help you.
Does it taste good? That's not important, I know, but that's just... I want to set my expectations accordingly.
Please.
I'll drink it if I need it, but that's... I need to know if it tastes good.
You just got scorched to all hell.
He's,
Please take the
still
potion.
scorched to all hell.
He's taking the potion, he's just... Like, he wants to know what it tastes like. He's not gonna drink it yet.
Please drink it.
Right now,
Yes.
we are about
We're
to take a
about
nap.
to rest.
If
Fine. Use it for the next time before you drop down.
That was the idea.
We should make use of where they were resting.
I agree. Also, I've taken down that body and the trap it was on, so we can at least go that direction. It seems to go deeper.
There are traps beyond here. We're gonna have to keep a very sharp eye out and be careful where we step.
B-Man,
Yes.
I'm going to dunk a little bit of my javelin into this water. Does it make any noticeable anything?
You would dunk it into the water. It's stagnant. It appears to be a runoff of cave water. And there's no special reaction you can discern.
I'm gonna get me some sip.
I mean,
Let's not. We don't know what it's gonna do.
Do you see any other water sources around here?
find something a bit more running, but it should do if need
It's
be.
not glowing, and it looks to be fine. It could at the very least be boiled.
While they're fucking around, I'm patting down these two corpses, seeing if they have anything of a use on them.
I'm just picking up any weapons I find.
Yeah, I would tie the sack of 63 gold to myself and
Keep it from the rest. They don't need to know it.
Between the two corpses, with the big guy and his little hooded friend, you find an additional 22 gold, as well as the bandit. It was in possession of a scimitar and a dagger, and some roughed up but still usable, but scorched studded leather armor.
26 gold, a scimitar, a dagger.
22.
22.
Yep, a scimitar, a dagger, and studded leather armor was on the captain, as well as 3 rations. And these are barely passable as rations. Scraped together somewhat rotten berries and some meat that's wrapped in a rag that's not the cleanest. They weren't lying about something. It's definitely hard out here.
If anything, their weapons are just going into the bag of holding for metal.
Can I?
In the little guy,
have
you
that-
have a... There's also the dagger that was embedded in the wall that the bandit threw. There's another scimitar on the little guy, and a light crossbow with 7 bolts left.
Oh, you're talking about the guys further back down the hole?
I'm talking about the second corpse that I have yet to describe.
I'm gonna pick up that
This guy.
light crossbow, those bolts, and that scimitar. I am becoming weapon man.
Yeah.
Man of weapon.
Going through real quick the other 3, there's some heavily tarnished Highshire Guardsman armor that, after it's been beat to hell, it's probably not good for very much. It's certainly not any better than anything that you guys are currently carrying, but could be used for scraps. There's a scimitar on the Highshire dressed man. There's a longbow on the archer, of course, with 17 arrows.
I will be snagging those arrows.
And the final guy had yet another scimitar.
So,
Alright, so scimitar party.
Yep. Plenty of
Yeah,
weapons to work with. Lots of metal.
Yeah. See, all that's just going to the bag of holding.
so
yeah,
I take it we're gonna set up camp in that room that they were in, right?
yeah.
It's the most logical choice. After all, they seem to have rested there for some time without any problems.
Considering we've gone a bit over session length, I'm just gonna sum up quickly what I want to do.
Yeah.
Basically, because I haven't used my ritual for creating things, I'm gonna use that before I sleep to create half of a scale armor set, and then in the morning I'd like to do the ritual again to complete the other half, so I can have an improved armor with all the spare metal we have around here.
Okay. Remind me if you use tools to do this?
It's a
It's just a ritual.
it's a cleric ritual ability.
Ping it for him.
Let's see.
Forge clerics can just go weapon, and then the
I see. All right,
The
for
reason why I
brevity's
have to
sake,
do it
you have the
twice is-
starting work for this. And with the spare metal you've just acquired from these ruffians, it definitely works to your benefit.
Yeah.
If
I only
this
create
was-
100 golds worth of it at a time, so I just have to do it twice.
All right. Yeah, with all these weapons that had metal that was good enough to wield, it's good enough to protect. And so you get that started. I imagine you're simmering down in the area that they were residing as well.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and move your token there.
All of us. Oh, you guys are already here. That somehow got past me.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Oh. I just moved it there for brevity's sake.
As everyone would settle into this small room that has been dilapidated into what appears to be a cave opening, and you see more of this turquoise glowing water that has this auric sparkling glow, and it's pleasant and gives a bit of a nice ambient effect to the rest of the room, which definitely is oddly soothing if it weren't for the fact that you're in a strange land accompanying a bandit's den with the bodies still fresh in the hallway. But through being able to use some of the things that they had been rummaging through in here, you managed to settle down, establish enough of a camp, and would take your rests, ending the session here.
Whoa.
You guys finally get into a dungeon. I've been waiting for this.
You turned me into a fucking pincushion.
All right.
Ow.
Hate to see it.
Ending the stream. No.
Your mom gay.
Oh, there it is.